Hello, and welcome to Jason Cavness Experience Podcast. I'm your host, Jason Cavness. I'm a retired U.S. Army officer and CEO founder of Cavness HR. At Cavness HR, we provide affordable and tailored HR for small business with 400 fewer people. We combine an AI tech platform that automates your HR while providing you a dedicated HR business partner for more complex HR challenges. Focus on your business, Cavness HR has your HR. I'm also hosting an event for Seattle Tech Week on July 30th. More details to come, and let me know if you want to be involved in some type of way. Our guest today is Emeka. Thanks for being here today.
Hey, thanks for having me.
So I always start with a softball question. And we're going to get into all the stuff you're doing, and you're doing a lot. But like with all the stuff you're doing, like how do you take care of yourself, either medically, physically, spiritually, or however you want to define it?
All right, hey guys, it's Emeka here. Great question. So most recently, I've been running. So I bought this walk pad right across from my little in-house, in apartment office, so to speak. And to be frank, when you have something close to you and you can visibly see it and you know the outcomes that you can expect when you benchmark in time, if you can give yourself time, it feels very easy to just jump on it anytime you can and just start running. So really, having that walk pad near me has made the ability for me to sort of focus on my health a lot more easier because you see it and what's stopping you? And so I just get on it and I've been running. And because I've been starting to run, I was like, hey, you gotta slow down on eating all these snacks because why run and burn so many calories just to eat unhealthy? And so that encouraged me to go to the restaurant. I mean, not a restaurant, but go to the grocery store and get some fruits and some carrots. And so I've been eating some fruits and eating some carrots while I run. And I don't know what's going to happen next, but it's been a week and I feel amazing because of that fact. So.
And have you noticed like any like boosted energy or anything like that?
Yeah, I've noticed. So there's I would say, in addition to not just the fruits that I've been eating, it's only been a week, by the way. I have been doing a little prayer. So I would say probably like 4 or 5 minutes of prayer a day has been pretty effective. As far as the benefits I've recognized, I've noticed it's not as hard to imagine myself doing a marathon as much as I thought it would be. Because doing a mile a day and then saying to yourself, hey, I did a mile, why not a mile and a half? And why not 2 miles? Kind of makes you put into perspective things that you thought were impossible kind of feel a little bit more possible. So I've been feeling that mindset, just a mindset of small iterations or small incremental improvements can create some kind of significant change, not just the way you think, but the way you actually realize it in the real world. The second thing I would say is I do feel a little bit more focused as far as mental clarity, as far as how I tackle the next challenge that I'm meant to overcome or go through. Most because again, that like having that level of discipline that is required to always say to yourself, I'm going to do a mile a day, does reinforce that narrative. And then lastly, I would say, to be honest, a lot of health comes from recognizing that you're not completely stuck in the way in which you live out the day to day. And once you're able to break that habit, you never realize that in that process, you're becoming healthier because your mind is recognizing, oh, wait a minute, I can tackle the same signal that I'm processing in the same way. So in the strangest sense, I'm going to say it like this, you can almost train your mind in how to process information as it enters it because it's recognizing, oh, wow, this person is saying, hey, I can change how I see the stimuli. Why don't I do it too on I don't know if this is scientifically backed, but I believe it to be so. Everyone's learning from you. I mean, you are the main character is what they say. So I would say those have been the main benefits of working out and in that prayer is really recognizing that there's an aspect of who we are and how we see ourselves that quite frankly can redefine exactly the information we take in and ideally the brain can reconstruct itself in the synapses, the dendrites, whatever it has.
All the neurological brain stuff.
Neurological brain stuff to reinforce I see it like that too. Or I get that. I can take that path too. So that's been exciting.
So our subject. So in the future, we all have like Elon Musk Neuralink in our brain. Are we gonna be like genetically do it? Like, okay, I want this Neuralink to make sure I'm motivated to run. I'm motivated to do this, right?
I don't think so. I think what it's really gonna do is it's gonna annoy you a little bit. It's gonna be like that annoying mom or annoying. I love my mom, I love my dad, but it's gonna be like that annoying authority that just keeps telling you something that you actually don't want to do, even if it's you who wants to do it yourself. It's not like it's gonna be like a gadfly, so to speak, and no one likes that. So
it's gonna be like in the future. It's gonna be like we're gonna have a robot in the house that's cooking stuff for us. I'm gonna say, hey robot, make me some ribs and some macaroni and cheese. Jason, your health says your blood pressure blah blah blah. You will eat a salad today. No, I want this. No, you're gonna eat a salad today, Jason. Like total control,
like
right?
It could be like that because depending on who exactly owns that specific asset, they're going to be more interested in identifying certain data sets associated with your behavior.
Yeah.
And so they're only going to be more curious about magnifying certain behavior or outcomes of what you choose to do based off of what exactly makes them the most money. So there's already competing interests in that model. And then you yourself, we're always changing. Sometimes you want to diet, sometimes you don't want to diet. Sometimes you want to put on a little bit of weight because you want to play for the football team, be a big linebacker. Other times you're like, hey man, I gotta cut back because I need to lose weight for my wedding here. And so it's gonna be difficult for you to train an AI model to understand the depth to which sometimes you as a human can change based on not just your environment, but your relationship with those people in your environment. Meaning me changing my body type for a wedding is because, wow, I want to make sure my wife looks good in these pictures too. Like I'm looking good. Other ways is, hey, I want to be one of the best linebackers in the world. So I want to be the biggest linebacker in the world. So AI can't know what that means to you. And so it's going to be interesting how that contradicts with alternative motivations from a corporate profit making generations perspective.
So all the stuff kind of, the AI, the Neuralinks, taking arms off, replacing limbs, all this kind of stuff. Like, what's gonna keep us human, right? Are we gonna change it? Is humanity changing? Are we the last Homo sapiens before we become androids?
No, I don't think we're the last. I mean, we're the only ones who can have faith. We're the only ones who can have this concept of being able, even right now, the way most models are built is there's some prior knowledge in which it has to build a foundation upon to know exactly how to answer or respond to XYZ. And we're willing to take a leap of faith. We're willing to be wrong. In fact, if AI is wrong, we call it hallucinations. We say, hey, get back in your box and get it right. For humans, we can be wrong 1,000, 20,000 different times and not just be able to, I don't know how we do it, but magically take that same information of being wrong and channel that into something new and be more constructive. Whereas that's a little bit more difficult with AI at this stage. And so that level of being able to create in that capacity, as of how I understand how AI models work now, is limited to what we can do. And then beyond that, we're also able to, in the most interesting sense, bring people together. I don't know if AI models bring people together. From the AI models that currently exist across Meta, across Amazon, across all these top tech platforms, quite frankly, I think a lot of the algorithms do more so to bring people away from each other than to bring them together. So there hasn't been even an AI model that currently exists in the profit or for-profit setting or corporate setting that's demonstrated that it can be trained or enter markets or spaces in which humans aggregate together and create that level of affinity towards, hey, I like this guy. That's an amazing person. Let me get to know that person, even if we've been strangers before. So maybe that's just something that needs to be done. So.
They scaled up just a little bit more.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. So how do we keep from depending on AI too much? So I read the other day where they did an experiment where they're diagnosing like medical stuff, and it was like AI by itself, AI with a doctor by itself. The doctor by itself got it right 72% of the time. AI was a doctor 74% of the time. AI got it right 90% of the time, right?
Yeah.
So
That's it.
how do we keep from dependent on AI so much, right? Because I think we do need a human
Wow.
factor in there, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's, first of all, I think AI is inevitable. There's absolutely nothing we can do to course correct, and there's absolutely nothing that can be done now or in the future in which we can ever suggest that what AI is capable of and what AI will accomplish and do within our lifetime and the next lifetime and all the generations to come will more than likely position us as humans as one in which, quite frankly, if God exists in my world, God does exist. It's almost like laughing or almost suggesting, I didn't really need you, in a sense. It's almost that comical, comedic sort of play on, sure, you had all this pride and you did all these things and you could accomplish all these whatever you have you, but if you are also simultaneously able to live in a world in which this whole construct created by you, not even created by me, because there's other things created beyond you, and it can directly do way more than you can from the world of arts, from literature, from film to entertainment to productivity to business to scaling to creating companies, the whole one employee and the billion-dollar company. If it can do that, how do you not recognize, on one extent, how I see you from this? You were just really created out of love. And then the second part of, how can you not recognize that this AI is going to do just that? I mean, it's in your face. You've gone to work. You used to be able to do this. You used to be able to do that. And now all of a sudden, sometimes whoever's the most savvy with AI can probably accomplish a lot of what your job used to be right in front of you. And quite guess what? They don't even know as much as you do. So, you know, AI will never go anywhere. And how to reconcile that is just acknowledging within this new dynamic of what AI will be and what AI will become and who I am and who I can become and who I can be, there has to be some level of acceptance of what can I do, realistically speaking, in this market now in which, quite frankly, AI is either my best friend or not my best friend. How can I make it closer to being my best friend? Because if you're not leveraging, if you're not riding the wave of the future, then you're like a fish going against the current, and any fish going against the current will never go as far as the fish that's riding with the current. And so if you want to take if you want to be prideful and swim your own path, sure, but there's a lot of other fish going the other way, and even those fish, even if they don't like going that way of the current, they're at least going further than where you're going to be. And they'll at least go with people, and they won't be alone and stranded.
So, from what I've read on your background, you're a pretty religious person, right? You believe in God?
Yeah, I believe in Christ.
Okay, so let me ask you this, right? So it's kind of all over the place, right? So you know the story in the Bible, the Tower of Babel, when you know people built. It seemed to me like we might be having that Tower of Babel moment now, right? Because we're making these AI robots, making like genetically re-engineering people.
Yeah.
This company in Dallas bought back dire wolves, you know, like
I saw that.
You know, all this kind of crazy stuff. And then like, how do you personally like reconcile like being religious with all this? Like, cause me, I think AI is kind of non-religious, right? It's like we're kind of be like, it's like we're always trying to be our own gods, right? How do you reconcile all that kind of stuff?
Yeah. So, well, first I gotta religion is different than, I would say, believing in Christ, because Christ has a kingdom, and the kingdom is not of this world, and the kingdom is one in which we can all participate in just through faith. So faith alone, and faith in that belief in Christ. So it has nothing to do with any human effort. It doesn't have nothing to do with any temples. In fact, God is spirit, and so when you identify and have a relationship with Christ, it's more so you're having an identity through identity with Christ, but recognizing that Christ is that life, and so you have life in that. And so reconciling with AI is not difficult to do when you see it like that, because quite frankly, I mean, you are one, already aligned with a God in that sense, God who's in the spirit, but two, the invisible force that is AI, and no one knows what happens in the black box of the magic that is occurring when AI is being trained on these models. And no one also knows the impact of AI as it continues to, again, honestly construct the world we live in. Again, there's so many imaginary algorithms that are at play right now that influence the way I interact with women, interact with men, interact from a company, corporate perspective that I wouldn't even know. So this concept of the invisible world having an influence on the physical world isn't too difficult to understand. In fact, if people didn't have access to a microscope, this whole idea of bacteria or the pandemic, people wouldn't even know what's going on. It would be like, well, there's some invisible force that's influencing economies. It's influencing people's
you're right.
health.
Like what can we not?
Yeah.
What can we not see? Like
literally, you can't see it.
Remember the northern lights made it.
What?
Yeah, the northern lights made it down here like maybe last year, right? I mean, what is out there we can't see, right?
Honestly, and so one of the things I've also found, I guess, in my journey of faith has been that wait a minute, right now humans can only process visible light. It's the way in which we reflect the world around us. And such extent that we've been able to build a pretty interesting scientific method. We've been able to develop different theories on understanding the world around us purely objectively, to where if other people have access to that same information, guess what? They can understand the objective world. We have peer-reviewed articles, we have peer-reviewed evidence, and scientific study and scientific research is really done by everyone within that community having access to the same knowledge, saying objectively, this is true. And this has all been done through visible light. And so what you often find in that spiritual sense is that there's access to other light. We know as of now, it could be more, there's X-ray, there's gamma, there's beta, there's all this other light, right? And what you find in that spiritual world oftentimes is that there's other spirits who have access to more light. And so for them, truth is quite frankly their ability to literally know more than you can, simply because there's access to more light or more information. And so within that dynamic, you find that the main threat of AI isn't that it has all this knowledge. The main threat is how much of that knowledge will it hide from us. Mm-hmm. And that is what we need to really...
The prime directive, so to speak,
That's
right?
exactly what we should be focusing all the resources of every government, of every agency. What are they not telling us? Because you know what? When you don't tell somebody something, you are destroying relationships. Mm-hmm. I mean, all the time. No one has ever been in a relationship and ever said, I don't trust you, until something comes out that they didn't know about, but that they knew.
Yeah.
And no one ever has more authority over than another person than when you're like, wow, I bought all this for you, I bought all of that, and you just told me all this time you've been cheating on me. What? But you knew that information.
Yeah.
Or you knew you were going to fire me 2 weeks from now, and you didn't tell me anything. You told me I'm going to get a promotion. So it's like the biggest fear with AI isn't whether or not it's going to replace our jobs. It's what is it hiding from us, because in that same interesting...
The humans don't need to know this.
Yeah. And what we're finding is, and this kind of relates to defense, is from that perspective of what are you hiding from us, what you find in that spiritual world is there's this concept of this kingdom of darkness where people are just in the dark and you don't tell them anything. And they quite frankly are just ruled by not knowing the truth. And so what that looks like or how that can play in this world is, yeah, of course I've got like 3 kids and 2 baby mamas in Portugal, but I don't need to tell you that.
Hey, this is just a joke. This is just a joke, but isn't the rule you gotta have one wife in each country?
Right. Of course, I sold this company, and I haven't told you that I was the biggest shareholder, and that I actually kind of sold your rights as an employee to get access to options. I'm sorry, but it's
you should have known better. You should have known better. It's business.
The darkness. I have knowledge. You don't have knowledge.
It's not my fault.
You are in this world in which I can, quite frankly, operate as an agent in this world, so much an AI can, with the same parameters as you do. Do I have to willingly choose to share with you everything about how I'm operating it? No.
Like I didn't lie to you.
You never asked me.
Yeah, you didn't ask. You asked the right question.
You never asked the right question.
Yeah, you asked the question. You know. Hey.
So it's really interesting the way AI is playing out, but that's I think that's the biggest fear. That's the only thing we should be fearing.
Yeah, just like things we didn't see. I remember when the James Webb Telescope went out there, and the people at NASA or whatever said, "Hey, this point is black space. There's nothing there."
Uh-huh.
And then it'd be like fucking hundreds of thousands of galaxies. And like, what is this, right?
No, it's always interesting. It's always interesting.
Yeah, and then so I think if you ask most people of religion, are there dimensions? They're gonna say no, right?
Say it again.
If you ask most people who are religious
Yeah.
or believe in God or whatever, other dimension, they're gonna say no. But I'll say, if you believe in hell and heaven, isn't that like a dimension, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would say there's more dimensions even than heaven and hell, and even any dimensions in which we define them as now. Quite frankly, because I mean, look at life. Look at all the things life has been able to create thus far as how many things are quite frankly impossible. How many things are quite frankly impossible in general. And so when really the spirit of life kind of goes out and does its thing, it has this great power and great authority and great willingness, eagerness, and force to do that will. Because that will is one in which that life itself, it overcomes death. And so, I mean, there's nothing you can't do, you know? So that life doesn't stop.
Yeah,
but why would it stop?
Life finds a way, right? Life finds
a way, but even it is the way. I mean, there's no way the life can find a way. It is the way. There's no other way beyond that life. It's almost like when you're determined and you're focused on accomplishing X, what's going to stop you?
Nothing can.
There's nothing that stops you.
No.
And imagine that same force is active and alive, and it acts and operates that way, because what can you? It only keeps expanding, because what else can it do? You know. So I would say that's also something exciting about that nature of recognizing life in that capacity.
So throughout history, since the beginning of time, they're being very smart people, right?
Yeah.
And but later on they've been proven wrong, right? It was proven wrong that the universe doesn't go around us. It's proven wrong it's proven wrong that maybe leeches are the best way to cure yourself, right? every generation is proven wrong, right?
Right.
What do we know 100% is correct now, but you think in 50, 100 years is going to be proven wrong?
Oh, what can be proven wrong? Ooh. I don't ever think about that, but I would say assumptions and narratives about the metaphysical or the spiritual or the things you cannot see. And I say that because we oftentimes like to believe that everything we see is what is true. And I think different than that. I think sooner rather than later, the world will be open to the reality that, whoa, wait a minute. Potentially there's more people than us here. We're not alone, second. And then third, especially with AI emerging, there is more to life than what you yourself are doing even now. To where I believe it with some level of confidence is going to unlock people's mind into realizing, oh, wow, this world is bigger than I ever imagined. Mm-hmm. Oh, wait, it might even be bigger than that too. And then that's when I feel like a lot of people kind of, people always say awaken or be woke, but I think that's when that moment will arrive, and I think it's gonna be very transformative.
So I have a saying I use. I say, I don't know what you said, but what I heard was this, right?
Yeah.
So I know what you heard. I don't know what you said. What I heard was that you believe there's aliens here.
I believe there's. Hey, I'm the wrong person to be asking these things.
I have some good friends that believe the same thing, right?
I don't want to be.
I have a good friend.
I don't want to be the guy sharing too much, but I will say this. I would say in my own experiences in life, especially because I lucid dream often, and I would say I occupy that spiritual world often. I would say there's some interesting things that happen in this world. One is, I would say the main things I would say that I've seen myself. This one should probably be stopped. But the main things I've seen myself with my own eyes is there's 100% these beings of light. They exist in a sense that they 100% have they're almost like DNA, not like DNA, but they're almost like the difference between a gorilla's DNA and a human's DNA. It's just a small percentage. But the difference between a gorilla and a human is quite significant. And so, again, talking about visible light and how beings can be created under this visible light, Again, we are truly just made out of the receptors coming in, helping us identify that we have a body, all the signals happening there. Hey, we're human. There's other beings that have access, again, to other light, but they're also formed in a completely different sense than one we can't see. But they're active, they're alive, they're living, and they have access to more light. And so from that sense of these light beings, 100% I believe that exist. I would say I've encountered it. The second thing I learned about those light beings is they also are, they love the darkness. I mean, they're like part of that kingdom of darkness, I would say, in the sense that if you don't know anything, I'm gonna have a good time. If you can be the unclassified and I can be classified information, privileged to all the information, I mean, it helps when you're a hedge fund and you know every way the market's going to move before it happens. Or even if, like right now, a lot of people are like, why are Congress members trading stocks? It's like, it definitely helps when you have information. You can, quite frankly, do a lot of things. So yeah, that world exists. The other thing I found is there's this weird, so not only that, but I've also found there's like this weird alien thing that happens. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. I don't know what that is. And then I would say the other thing is that there's this strange reptilian thing. I've encountered multiple times in my lucid dreams when I sleep. These beings that, if you're aware of them and you know who they are, they quite frankly morph into like these reptilian beings, but they look like humans. So these are things that I'm confident of, and if hopefully there's some like probe, not a probe, but hopefully as technology advances and we do a lot more brain to computer interfacing, and you're actually able to take whatever's you're thinking here in a dreamlike state within your REM cycle, and you're able to project that onto a computer.
That would be fucking
crazy. I would
crazy.
fund that, and if people can see that, they'd be like, whoa,
that would be crazy.
This guy's dream is exactly what he said. He's like encountering this thing, and this thing is like doing exactly that, and they're having conversations. It's like, whoa. And I'd be like, thank you. I'm like, I'm not crazy. I just want to live life, man.
Yeah, I got connected with my friend.
That's what I found. That's what I found.
I got connected with my friend David Wardrock. Like he's like basically believes the same thing as you do, right? Yeah. Like he said he said the same thing exactly at Ward by Ward. He said the same thing as you do. Yeah.
It's there. It's right in your face. Well, I can't say it's right. Actually, I'd say it's almost here. The best way I always explain it to people is like there's like this world that sits on this world. And it's like exactly like this world, you can even say it, but it's like replicated, and it's called the air. And like there's these spirits or something that just look at you, almost like it's becoming very popularized nowadays with streaming, in the sense that a lot of streamers have these influencers in the millions, 2 million people who watch them. Mm-hmm. And in that same spiritual world, there are literally these things you don't even know are watching you, or just watching you every day. And in an interesting sense, that is happening right now in the streaming world, and that there's people you don't even know are just watching your whole life. Mm-hmm. But in that spiritual sense, there's literally like these things that are like almost an inch to your face, just looking at you.
Yeah,
we've all curious about you.
We've all been there. Like we're somewhere and like just get this feeling like someone's watching me. like you're the only one in the room. Like someone's watching me. Like you just get this sense of
Yeah, it's interesting.
So we're gonna change subject real fast, but we're definitely gonna get back to this.
Yeah, for sure.
So you're also the co-chair of the Seattle Human Rights Commission, correct?
Yeah.
Can you tell me you're working
that?
I left
that role recently, but
did you? Okay.
Yeah, left this role recently, but it was I would say a great opportunity to, and I encourage anyone and everyone to really get involved with this Seattle Human Rights Commission.
So what is human rights? What is human rights to you? Is there a definition of that, or what does that mean?
Yeah. Ooh, great question. I would say I believe fundamentally any person who has life in them exists, or like gets to interact with this world the same way I can, should have the opportunity to just one, recognize and have their experience validated so that they're seen. Because like if you are the light, then what you do is you allow everyone else to be seen and visible. And so that's the first thing. The second thing is protecting the fact that they have that heartbeat, they have that pulse, they have that breath, and discouraging any opportunity, whether, I mean, you can't really discourage people's words, but any opportunity in which that person isn't going to be violently beaten to death, or like violently engaging, like getting into some kind of hate crime. So protecting that life meaning their physical body that they can live, and then allowing them to be seen, I would say, are the main things that how I define human rights in general. Yeah.
Let me ask you this. So I was in the Army. In the Army, our big thing was dignity and respect, right? No matter how bad a soldier was, how bad they were, whatever they did, always treated them with dignity and respect, right?
Right.
But is that really something you should do, right? Like suppose some random dude rapes and kills like 8 kids, right?
Yeah.
Or like someone like machetes 7 people, right?
Yeah.
Or do they still deserve to be treated like a human or dignity and respect? Now, of course, I believe everyone can change their lives and all, but man, like if this dude did something so heinous, right? Can you really treat him as a human and give him human rights?
Yeah, I mean,
especially if you're like
right words
especially if you're like especially some random dude kills your kid or someone you love. How can you expect to be treated
mercy and grace, so to speak?
We all want to say that, but revenge is a human trait. I think
it's interesting. Because on some hand, there's some people who will never change, and to people who will never change, they're sharing with you the truth. Hey, I'm not going to change. I'll do it again.
Yeah.
And so if that is the case, I feel like, you gotta say, hey man, goodbye, because now you're not protecting life. Because you're not even protecting your own life. You don't care about your life. And because you don't care about your life, you don't even care about other people's life. And so in essence, you are invalidating life by invalidating your life. So it's like a disease or like a rotten apple, so to speak. Hey, you gotta do your own thing. Goodbye. On the other hand, if there are those who can be reformed, or those who just need the right guidance, or those who just need a family or a friend consistently, there's always mercy. But one thing you should never do is not be discerning and wise, because it would be more messed up if you know who a person is and you invited them into your house and they did exactly what you knew you could have you prevented them from, and that's on you, because that's messed up. And for example, if you know that person has a way of being weird with women or something, and you're like, oh, let's have a party here, and he does it again, because you should have talked to that guy, or you should have never invited those women if that's what you knew is the truth. And so to that point, it's like, 1, discern, be wise, and 3, know the truth and operate with the truth. It doesn't mean you negate who that person is. It doesn't mean you judge that person. This is the truth. Act with that truth,
Did you see where that this happened recently with this 19-year-old kid? Somewhere here in the state of Washington, he had 3 or 4 speeding tickets going 100 miles an hour. And then the 5th time he killed a family of 4.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he had 3 speeding tickets over 85, 90. You didn't think maybe take his license away or take the car away.
Yeah.
But no one took the car away. I mean, it's really maybe they did, but parents still let him drive. He was still driving.
Yeah, he was.
I don't know if he was doing it illegal, or whatever. But man, that's just insane.
Yeah, that's
and now his life is done.
Yeah, his life is done, but he also, he just destroyed somebody else.
And what's really sad is
that's sad.
The 4 people you killed, 3 were 13 and below.
Yeah.
8, 9, and 13, right?
Yeah. That's sad. It's like he showed you signs. That's who he is. Let's figure out ways to curb that, but also let's figure out ways. Stop giving him the car.
I know,
that's
right?
The biggest problem. Maybe he should actually take classes with NASCAR or something, because then he could probably channel that energy to something else. So let's, as a society, let's be mindful and aware. Maybe this person, if this guy's a serial murderer, maybe he shouldn't be killing people. Maybe he can go out and hunt and help that butcher get extra meat.
Go hunt some animals, not humans.
Yeah, let's apply. Let's be smart.
Let's find his talent.
Let's not be.
This guy is a hell of a killer.
Let's be smart. Let's be smart, and let's figure out what also underlies it all. At the end of the day, what underlies that behavior? Maybe he's not a killer. Maybe he's only a killer in certain situations. Maybe that way in which he thinks about that certain situation can be applied to a different situation where maybe he's better at surgery. He's better at operating under pressure. Maybe he's better at being in the state of fear, and he's able to respond faster.
Maybe when he
gets emergency situations for trauma-based care, and he's an emergency surgeon. Maybe he's just great at that. But let's figure out, and hopefully technology can help figure out the mindset of how people think, and then what can they best be directed towards if they're experiencing what they're experiencing and have no other way of channeling it except through ways that are a detriment to society. Let's avoid that.
Or maybe he feels threatened and doesn't know how to stop, right?
Yeah.
Like someone pushes him, and like he just like, I don't want to fight you.
Yeah.
Pushes him the third time, he just fucking loses control,
Yeah.
right? He doesn't have a turn off factor, so to speak, right?
Right. He's like, dude,
I know some people like that.
I've been triggered. A lot of things happen in my life. I don't want to be in that situation where I'm seen as this, or I don't want to be in a situation where you are trying to represent somebody in my life that put me in that situation. I will lash out, especially if you're weaker than me, or I can I don't see you in the same that way, and I can just go all in. So you never know everything.
You never know. Someone might be. You might see a 5'3" female. Yeah. Oh, I'm a robber, right? Not knowing she's a master, Muay Thai person, or she has a fucking handgun somewhere. Like you never know what people can do, or what they're capable of, or how the mindset is that day.
You never know. You never know. Yeah.
So last year you have passed something called Washington State House Bill 1946. Can you tell what that is?
Yes. Oh, man, that was an amazing time. So I was with Seattle Social Venture Partners, and amazing organization. They're a nonprofit organization of a number of philanthropic donors, and really the main thing is how can we recognize a lot of the injustice or social injustice that's happening within the city of Seattle, and look at it through a lens of equity mostly defined as there are certain opportunities provided to X, there's other opportunities provided to Y. How can we really allow people to recognize that they have a footing on? And so Seattle Social Venture Partners was lobbying with the Children's Alliance, with Stefan. Stefan was amazing. Olympia, to lobby for how can we allow for underrepresented children to have access to a mental health practitioner. And a lot of my lobbying efforts was just mostly focused on the fact that right now I'm living in a whole AI bubble. I work with not the AI bubble, but the AI boom, in which significant investments going into AI. And quite frankly, all of that deal flow was happening across venture capitalists. And venture capital as a market, as an asset class, is more than $300 billion of capital or cash to deploy. And the rule of thumb is that you just need to hit the power law. So you can make out of one investment, or out of 20 investments, just one probably needs to work out, maybe two. But one ideally is the one who's your home run, which means out of that $300 billion, you divide that by 20, and ideally not everyone actually hits the 3. You've got a lot of capital flushing this world of innovation. And so what you're finding, though, is that same world was probably happening the same time with social media. The flood of capital was going into all these social media platforms. But during that time, a lot of people weren't thinking a lot of researchers weren't thinking, how can we mitigate the risk of social media on children? How can we mitigate the risk of these algorithms that, quite frankly, more so favor profit than, again, an engagement more so than the longevity of how healthy should I think of myself as a 10-year-old or 9-year-old? And so the comment that I share with with Frank Chop, rest in peace, the representative for the 43rd, was exactly that. And some of the senators there was exactly that. It was these children now are living in a world in which, in the past, I just have to care about the physical world, how I'm seeing the physical world, whether first how I'm feeling in the physical world because I have friends, I have to go to class. Second, am I even getting my bare nutrition? Can I physically survive? Second, mentally survive. And then third, now they have to recognize and reconcile with a digital world, which is where, if I don't have this many followers, if I don't have this many friends, if I'm not commenting this way, I don't exist either. And these kids are like 8 years old. I don't know.
and we're not even talking about the metaverse.
Yeah,
that's a whole totally different world. The metaverse.
Fourth world, right?
Yeah, the metaverse.
And then there's even gaming. That's the fifth world. And so these children are operating worlds in which, quite frankly, their mind is just, how can they be normal? It's going to be difficult. And so a lot of my lobbying was just suggesting, hey, they'll need, especially those who are underserved, and largely, especially looking at this wealth divide, don't have access to even that basic necessity of, hey, can I survive the next day without worrying about chronic absenteeism due to sometimes I just need a meal, you know, or I just need a place to wash my clothes, you know. And so there's a significant number of the population that, quite frankly, if we're going to be looking at the advent of social media even, so many people are still struggling with the first part. And if they can't survive there, how do you go to school and you're the smelliest kid there? You're dying. How do you go to school?
Especially 8th grade. 8th grade's are fucking...
It's a nightmare.
Everyone's a bully in the 8th grade.
The biggest bully. And then how do you survive on the third side where somebody sends you a tat on TikTok or something and says, hey, smelly boy, how do you do all three when you can't even do the first? And then now you go into the meta-event, and now you're like, you can become this super genius guild owner of an RPG, and you're a completely different person. You're like a boss, like everyone respects you, and you don't have to care about these three things. How do you reconcile these 4 different personalities you have, in which, quite frankly, in one you could be a god, in the other you're like the lowest tier person. Well, not even lowest tier, but you are socioeconomically disadvantaged. And that's hard. So that was my main lobby point was, come on, like this is, if we can do this, let's help them. And part of that is that, again, let them be seen. I don't ever struggle with that. Well, I wouldn't be struggling with that. But how can I use my my existence to help improve the life of someone else's existence because I have the information?
And so when this was passed, how has life improved for people? How's this bill actually impacted people?
Oh, I see. Actually, I don't know.
Okay.
This happened last year. I have absolutely no idea.
Okay.
I know it's going to probably take a while because
Yeah.
a lot of it is being funded through loans. So it requires mental health professionals to take that loan and then say, hey, I will operate in these specific locations to then be of
Yeah,
service.
I think it's a big problem. I think we have all these things like pass these laws or whatever. But then there's no follow-up, right? There's like, we passed this law, let the bureaucrats take care of it, right?
Oh, actually, you know what?
And maybe the bureaucrats on down, like, implementing your law, right?
Especially now, there's been a big push away from that DI, or away from that inclusion. And that wasn't inclusive. It was like, hey, go into this specific population because we recognize socioeconomically this situation, but also largely from a demographic perspective, it is related to a certain population of the city of Seattle, whether it's indigenous, whether it's black, brown, whether it's Asian. It's like it enters that purview of diversity. And
so let me ask you this, right? First of all, you want another drink?
That's interesting. Yeah.
Okay. Which one do you want to do this time?
Let's keep it consistent.
You don't want to keep the same one?
Yeah, let's keep it consistent.
Okay. So.
Yeah.
I've been here since 2009, right?
Okay.
And there's all this, Seattle's pretty progressive, pretty liberal, right? But it's still like nothing ever gets better, right? It's like, if you believe the news, all the community groups, it's the same, the racists still out there.
Yeah.
People out to get me. But yet millions of dollars are put in all this stuff, right? But it seems like on the surface, nothing gets better, right?
Nah.
Like, why are we like keeping doing the same thing, right?
Yeah.
I mean, this is Seattle, right? You think the problem be fixed Seattle, right?
You would think so.
This is like, they put the capital L on liberal.
Right? You know, when I came here, I thought this would be the most... I would say we win in certain ways when it comes to being progressive in the sense of clean tech, climate, sustainability, conservation, and being open toward alternative forms of resources.
So you're like this. So maybe 8 years ago, I had a family reunion here, and I'm from Texas. Family Texas came out.
I'm from Texas, Houston, Texas, yeah.
San Antonio.
Oh, nice.
Cool. So my family was like, how liberal it is here, right? I said it's like this. Seattle makes San Francisco look conservative.
Oh boy, it is interesting in that I would say we still do have a larger tech population, and with tech comes this idea, which is true, that if you're just smart enough, and maybe even you're even independent enough, you can have freedom through economics to just being paid more. And so technology has always democratized access to a better life. And in that process, I would say that level of democratization enables you to be a bit more liberal and free in your perspective on the world. And so Seattle does represent that liberal world. I would say the only parts that demonstrate that level of conservation or being more conservative is the fact that at the same time, because you operate within tech, you don't really interact with the rest of the world.
That bubble, so to speak,
You
right?
enter a bubble, and when anyone enters a bubble, you want comfort. You seek comfort, and rather comfort generally just
You're working at Microsoft or Amazon.
Yeah.
You're working 12-hour days. You go to your Amazon apartment, hang out with Amazon people, right?
It's just everyone is Amazon. So when you see the rest of the world, in fact, especially when you look at diversity, there's almost like 2% of African Americans are probably even in the tech company you're at.
Yeah.
Right? And what's worse is when you do see that individual is African American, sometimes where you see that individual is out in the street and they're homeless. And you're like, oh, all these, and then you start making these generalizations. And you're like, all these people who are this kind of demographic are this color.
Oh, they're like Amazon people like, what do you mean they can't afford to eat? It's only $20 for a sandwich. What do you mean? It's only $20. What are you talking about?
Inadvertently, biases are more so magnified because of the nature in which a lack of visibility to other people creates. And so that level of being conservative does encourage you to just be like, I don't want to be around that. Mm-hmm. And generally when that is a thing, that is usually, I don't want to be around entering any space in which I feel inconvenienced. Mm-hmm. And that level of conservative viewpoint, I'm imagining is everywhere, whether it's Bellevue, whether it's anyone who's living in SLU or anyone who's living anywhere else. Why wouldn't it? Because it's like, you've never interacted with these people. In fact, sometimes you only see them on Twitter or X. You see them on Instagram. You see them on all these other all these other mediums, or you listen to the music and you're like, oh, this or these types or those who are like this, they tend to be like that, and so it becomes like reaffirming of that bias, and it can be extremely untrue, but that's
so my podcast journey is a neighborhood in Seattle called Pioneer Square, right? Mm-hmm. And like it's a great neighborhood, a lot of bars, a lot of restaurants, a lot of good people, tourists. But I hate the lack of terms of riffraff, right? And this guy, right? Every time he sees me, I've been in this office like 2 years. Every time he sees me, he asks me $1. I'm like, dude, you've asked me at least 1,000 times.
Yeah.
What makes you think that's the first time I'm gonna give you $1, right? It's like, like come on, guy, like, yeah.
But I got a counterpoint to that.
Okay.
One thing I've learned, which is interesting. I remember I was So I have a little addiction. I'll be honest. My little addiction is mobile games. So sometimes I just download a mobile game and I buy a lot of stupid skins or other features or add-ons for the game, right? And I'll spend a lot of money on it. And I actually looked at my bill and I was like, wow, that's a sizable amount of money. And I'm like, you know what? If that same person, or actually, if I walk through Capitol Hill, because I live in Capitol Hill, if I walk through Cap Hill and I gave $1 to every single person, every single homeless person.
I did that same experiment.
I was like, that would only be like $50.
Yeah. but $50
$20
but $50 a day though, right?
No, $20 to $50 the whole year. If every single one of them just asked me for $1 for that whole year, $20 to $50, and I'm like, I spent that on the skin yesterday. Actually, it was $49.99. I spent that on some skin, and I'm like, you know what? Is that a reflection of me, or is that a reflection of how I see the world? And one of the things I've noticed that I need to be more mindful of confronting is the fact that it's you. I did a march probably in 2023 or so, and it was about the commemoration of MLK. Mm-hmm. And there was like 20 of us. 20 of us did the march, and most of the people who were there were all elderly, I would say over 60 or so. It was probably 2 of us who were young. Young is in like less than even, I was probably like 28 at the time, so less than 28. So it was 2 of us. And while I was in the street, I was like, what am I doing? Because we didn't have any cops patrol. We were just like kind of naked in the street, just walking. I was like, why am I doing this? It felt extremely uncomfortable. And I kind of was like, I was about to get an Uber instead of going home. Actually, I was like, we get an Uber and go home. And I was like, wow, there's people who, quite frankly, do this often. And they're not doing it for themselves. They're extremely uncomfortable to help somebody else. They're extremely uncomfortable for the next generation. And the connection between that and the connection between what I'm noticing about even my behavior when people ask for even $1, it doesn't mean that I've changed and all of a sudden I now give $1 to anyone. Not at all. But what I found is, why did I choose in that time to be that person? And why have I created this image of myself that's unwilling to do that? Why have I created an image of myself that's unwilling to give that $1? Why do I persistently operate in a world that will, quite frankly, put you in situations where the truth is pretty self-evident, and I just omit that and carry on my day? And so, to your point, I guess I just only encourage asking that why, because I haven't completely changed as far as knowing this information, but I'm mindful now and aware. You know what? I don't think 100 homeless people have ever asked me for $1. I usually don't even go out, and even if I do, it's usually night, and they're not even there. And so, if it's only $50, I quite frankly did spend that yesterday on some skins on a mobile app game.
So I'll push back on that, right? So let's suppose you give each of these people $1, right?
Yeah.
What is that really going to do for them, right?
It's not about them. It's about you.
Yeah, but still, like, I think in order to help these people, like, someone has to make an investment. Like, someone actually has to, like, almost, like, adopt one of them, right? Like, hey, I'm going to focus my energies. Like, someone has to, like, focus their energies for a year on one of them, right?
Yeah, but I feel like even that narrative places a preconceived notion on the other. It projects the other into something else. Whereas the reality is, and I'm confident you've probably spent a lot of money on things that you're like, yeah, man, I spent like $2,000 on this blade, or a sword or something. It's like, it probably wasn't worth $2,000, but I could easily go to $1 for all these people. It's more so the fact, beyond the what's obvious and what we see, it's more so a reflection of the nature of self, in that sense of, this is actually a person who's saying, I need just $1. The average person doesn't ever ask that question.
Mm-hmm.
The average person never asks that question. I actually did the research too. Turns out it's almost like only the best high earners, the best high earning individuals who are asking for money tend to make only $100 that day, max. Or I can't say max. You never know. And then on average, it's like $20 that day. And so it's like, it's not that your $1 is insignificant because you only contribute this much. It's more so, that you live this way and you live this life and you chose intentionally to be that way, knowing exactly what you know, that this person 100%, I don't know what they're going to do with that $1, but they need that $1. That's it.
Here's one for you. Back to the Bible, right?
Yeah.
Remember the story in the Bible where someone was bathing Jesus' feet like this expensive oil?
Yeah.
And the Pharisee said, "What a waste! This oil could be used like poor
Judas
people."
says that, yeah.
Yeah, and Jesus says, the poor will be with you always.
Exactly.
So maybe people being poor or like God's way to test us, see what kind of humans we are, right?
Yeah, but it's deeper than that, because God is spirit, so he's always thinking in the spirit. Poor is also poor in spirit. There's always going to be those who don't actually believe. There's always going to be those who don't actually know or seek to understand God himself. So there's always going to be people around you who, and it's almost, you can even call it like a comedic jab at Judas in that sense, because there's always going to be poor among you. And Judas himself kind of exhibited towards the end of his life that poor faith. But there's this notion that being poor to God is seen more so as, now, if you know your truth and you know who you are, be in communion with others now. Now, what else can be done to you that hasn't been done to you? So go out and be honest, be open, say, hey, I don't have this. And that's what you often find, which is also an interesting commentary on individuals who ask for money, is that they're very open about telling you their truth. And quite frankly, you can see from podcasts to, there's Humans of New York, sometimes they ask, that's another Instagram page that asks people who are homeless sometimes their story. But they're oftentimes very willing to be vulnerable. And it's that nature of, it's kind of difficult to not just be yourself, when you have nothing and you have nothing to give the world. You can just be wholly, this is just who I am.
And one thing is still like, like.
So if I need crack, sometimes.
Yeah. Isn't it crazy how it seems like, like the more money, what's the thing, the more money, more problems you got. But it's like they're like more money, more problems. They have other stuff going on. But like people like, have like necessary needs. They're like happy together, right? Like the less they have, the more happy together, right? Like, yeah, it's always like amazing, right? You think the more money you have, the more less problems. Like they have more problems. They all this exterior stuff. I got to do this, got to do that. But like, like, but the families are like, they're happy together, right?
Oh, big time. Extremely happy. You also often find there's, I've always heard, even friend groups and people who have significant money, there's just so many things associated with wealth, from financial abuse to you can't trust anyone. You're extremely
that's
paranoid.
a big thing.
You're like really paranoid, like delusionally paranoid. Like, whoa. You also think there's these invisible people who want your money, or there's invisible people who hate you, or there's invisible people who want to take something from you. And then you also, sometimes depending on how much wealth you have, there's this like status grab where no one really talks about how much money they have, but you can demonstrate that through what you wear and what you do. So there's posterization that's usually implicit or unsaid. And so now you live in this game in which you're again in the darkness. You don't know who has money, who has no money. I know sometimes when you raise capital, you find out the family office doesn't have any money. So everyone plays this interesting game in the world of money.
Yeah.
Now, when you have no money,
there was that one. Yeah.
Turns out when you have no money, you can just be like, dude, I don't have any money, man. And guess what? I can't offer you anything, but I can listen to you. I can't offer you anything, but I can be like, man, that guy you're with, he sucks. Or that girl you're with, she's the worst person you should be with. That boss you have, I just listened to this conversation. I don't know how I did, but I was just in the restroom because no one minds me any attention. But he was like, he doesn't really like you that much. You can be honest.
Yeah, I think I read somewhere said like I can't remember what it was, some athlete like signed this $100 million contract, and like, are you gonna change? No, I'm not gonna change, but I'm confident everyone around me will.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, right?
The
people around you change. Like, like, hey, I'm your second cousin. I gave you a lollipop when you were 4 years old. You know what I'm saying, right? Like
that's so true.
Or like, I mean, the famous story. I remember Shaquille O'Neal. He told us like when he made his first contract, he bought like 10 cars, right? The banker said, "What are you doing, Shaq?"
Oh my gosh.
And then and there was one story where I can't remember who it was, but and so Grant Hill, his father's Calvin Hill, right? And so Grant Hill just signed this $100 million contract, right? And I can't remember what it was, but the parents bought a house, and the other person who can't remember say, why are you buying a house on your own, right? Grant Hill said $100 million. Son, let me give some advice. That is your money, right? It's not your parents' money, not your friends' money. This is your money, right? Your career is only 10 years, right?
Yeah.
Like most NFL players, careers are 3.5 years. You got a $3 million sign, but I'm a big baller, right? For it.
That's crazy.
Oh shit. So Adrian Peterson, right?
Yeah.
I used
to love him with the Vikings.
You know what he's going through right now?
What's going on?
He's bankrupt.
Jeez.
He got arrested. He's just like he's like $10 million in debt, all kind of craziness, right?
That's rough.
It sucks.
It really sucks.
Now, having said that, people always say, money doesn't solve your problems. Like, I want to find out, right? I want to find out money don't solve my problems.
But that's that pride. It's that. I think bigger than money solving your problems is that I think beyond that, I think a lot of people want to have that feeling of, I did that. And I did that and I have more than you. And oftentimes people later compare themselves upwards, but most times they compare themselves downwards, and it's like, I'm better than you at minimum. And you often find that too on social media, where people who have larger follower accounts, they see themselves so strange. And it's like,
that's one thing I learned. You might have like,
chill.
You might have 3 million followers, but like probably a third of them probably bots, right? Or like you might have 3 million followers, but you have 3 million followers, 1 million of bots, another million are like people in India and China who never buy anything from you, right?
Right? Oh, you're just not even on the app. You're like, yeah, but I don't even use the app. So it's like, what's the, you know what I mean? Like, sometimes people will be like, oh, I'm at this new concert, I'm at this new party. It's like, yeah, but I don't even listen to that artist. So I don't like their music. So it's like, a lot of people do things sometimes in which it's like, it's that validation, it's that showing off. But it's like, they don't recognize that if you're doing it authentically, do your thing.
Yeah.
But if you're doing it to show off, it's like the other person who you think you're attracting is probably like,
Look at this dumbass.
That's not the Economist. That's not my favorite art. That's not my favorite author on the Economist posting.
So the next one, this is my theory for a loop, right? So you have a brother named Blue, correct?
Yeah. Well,
and he was just recently in Vietnam, correct?
Yeah, he was.
So I was in Vietnam from November to February this year.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah. So can you talk about what your brother did in Vietnam? He did some pretty cool stuff there.
He works with Merck. Really talented. He was working on their vaccine division. And turns out, I don't know if I'm correct here, but turns out the vaccine division in Vietnam is one of the top programs out of Merck within Vietnam. And that's really just ensuring that children mostly, and then adolescents as they become older, have access to the vaccines they need to be able to ensure health and longevity. So that's what he focuses on now, but now he's over in India. And so he's been encouraged to lead the emerging technology, AI, innovation, IT stack there. India is a big hub for the next generation of not only where we are as allies from a defense perspective, but as far as massive population.
Yeah, I've been in Vietnam twice. Vietnam's such a great place, right? The people is so cool over there.
Food. He loved the food.
Oh my God,
he said fish was an
it's so cool over there, right?
He loved it.
So next, do you still do this blog called Chocolate Socrates?
No, I actually, this is funny. So this is actually funny. So I did Chocolate Socrates when I was in college.
Has it been a while?
College.
Okay.
And then turns out during the era of the fake news era, they banned my Twitter. Well, they completely banned my Twitter. Like they didn't even ban it. They just deleted my Twitter. I got banned on Facebook. And then Instagram is still there, but I don't really post or do anything on it. But no, I do not do Chocolate Talks anymore. In fact, I want to change it to something completely different. When I get older and I have a little bit of money and I'm a little bit more liquid, I believe the Chocolate Socrates ethos and metaphor and philosophy is going to continue. But I realize I want to do something different with it.
And these are just like your personal thoughts, personal philosophies, and stuff you were posting about?
Yeah. It was more so at that time I wasn't really spiritual whatsoever. I didn't really I didn't have much of a relationship with Christ at all. And so this was just me recognizing that the way in which we operate and live in the world is like, it's so malleable. It's almost as malleable as right now living in America with our current presidency. What truly is a democracy, what truly is either towards something different. And so that whole philosophy for Chocolate Socrates was know that you know nothing, similar to what Socrates professes. And yeah.
So do you still blog something called Black VC?
Yeah. So I was more so a mentor, but I didn't really do too much.
Okay.
Not really a mentor, more a member.
Okay.
I just did more engagement, but nothing on which I ran it. I never ran it.
I mean, to me, it's just saying like, all the billions of dollars invested, only like 2% get invested in the Black community.
Yeah.
And actually, I think the number actually went down recently too, right?
Yeah, it's probably far less now, especially with significant constraints. Even I'm imagining, I don't know yet. Don't take me for truth, but I know endowments, pension funds. Actually, no, pension funds get it for people. Endowments, sometimes foundations. Yeah, endowments, sometimes foundations. I don't think they don't really compete for government funding, but if they're unable to enter take a diversity-based lens on emerging fund managers, or just diversity-based lens in how they allocate the funds that they receive, then you're looking at even less capital allocated to people of color.
One thing that's always kept me, like you have like a VC fund somewhere. They'll say like, we believe in diversity inclusion, we don't reverse diversity, right? But then they'll say, you need an introduction to us, right? And all the investors are all white people, right? I like make it make sense, right? Like all the investors are like white Stanford guys, right? It's totally white people. You know, and they say,
No, it's
you need
funny.
introduction,
It
right?
is funny,
But you're for, like, come on now.
No, there's it's interesting. Everyone calls it pattern matching, but it's like with anything. It's like everyone has a type.
Yeah.
And when that type is taught to you from an early age, you start as an analyst, you go as an associate, you sometimes are connected or network. Let's say you're a VC fund, a lot of your analysts are associates that you, as an analyst or associate in some of these top VC firms, you're learning pedagogy from somebody who doesn't look like you, ideally, if you're a person of color. Second, when you enter some of these universities from Harvard, Yale, the like, you're not going to a VC club in which everyone's African American. All right. And so when you hear time and time again that the Stanford, Harvard, or MIT is where a lot of significant investment goes into, you don't really get to have a say in why that is the case. But guess who kind of does have a say? The LP in that fund has a say in that. And sometimes an LP will be like, I need signal that you can attract quality deal flow. And quality deal flow, unless you've proven it, that random even Hispanic kid from Chicano, what's that called? There's a university in Texas. There's an interesting school.
UT Rio Grande.
Yeah, UT Rio Grande. Yeah. Sorry. From there, you wouldn't expect that's where unicorn would come out. And so it's hard to call it LP. Hey, that's where deal flow really happens until you've proven 10 to 12 years from now.
So this is totally random, right? I have a good friend, Ricardo Perez. He's an Army veteran too. He's getting his PhD in human genetics at that school, and they help the company in Texas do the direwolf stuff.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. In UT Rio Grande, yeah.
Oh, wow. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy? See?
Yeah.
There you go.
Yep.
Who would have thought?
Yep.
And that company is getting $100 million, but no one knows that a lot of what their IP or trade secret is just a group of people coming from, right? And that's how the world. That's how the world works. And so that analyst, that individual who has started their whole life an analyst associate, became a VC fund, or they just grew up in that space in which they have that pedigree network to raise that fund, and everyone kind of looks like, acts like them, and then. Those two plus the challenge of those LPs the LPs are gonna look at them. Why are you going to UT Rio Grande?
Yeah, what's down there?
What's that about? Like, get that off. We need you to have. We need you to be leading deals with A16Z. We need you to lead deals because we know those brands. We don't know that. Nonsense.
Go to UT Austin. You're not UT Rio Grande. What are you doing down there?
Yeah, right. They're not interested.
Yeah,
they're not interested. They want the brands, and so that is where you end up running into that problem of. Hey, we did say we're going to raise all this capital for XYZ, but man, we're getting a lot of top down. Hey, dude.
So how long have you been involved with venture capital and those kind of things?
I would say, and those types of, I would say the fund to fund taught me the most information about looking at VC funds. So that was like a year. Looking at deals from a venture stand was like 3 to 5 years or so, 4 years or so.
And how do you get involved in all this?
I landed in Seattle. So
okay.
I landed in Seattle. Was doing Talk with Socrates, by the way. And I was on a Facebook group. I met this kid who was building a tech company. Well, I didn't know was building a tech company because at the time there was this whole Facebook boom where people becoming influencers and people were able to get significant number of brands interested in getting more engagement for products through influencers. So I was an influencer. So he responded to a brand trying to get people to get promotions for their product, and I did too. And so he's like, let's network. And I was like, all right, let's network. So I talked to him, and he's like, hey, I'm actually building this. I'm not just doing DAP stars. He was doing this thing called DAP stars. We were talking to Socrates. I'm not just doing that. I'm actually building this company in Seattle. I was like, whoa, this company's like, that's a real company. That's a company. It's not a brand. It's a company. So I just say, hey, dude, I'm coming to Seattle. He's like, dude, don't come to Seattle. Like, that's the stupidest thing. I don't even know you like that. I was like, I'm gonna come to Seattle. And so it took like 8 months because I was still in school at the time. It took like 6 to 8 months until I was like, I hit him up again. I'm like, I'm going to Seattle. Let's build this company. He's like, dude, don't come to Seattle. You haven't been hired by HR. It's not happening. I was like, all right, I'm coming to Seattle. Come to Seattle. He doesn't have any money, so I'm pretty much unemployed for a year and a half. After I'm unemployed for a year and a half or so, I'm just like, okay, let me get a job. So luckily, grace of God, I was able to get a job with Intellectual Ventures, company Zenova. And so that company mostly focused on open innovation for R&D teams and large companies like Pepsi and Hyundai. And I just did a lot of the marketing there. And so that was really my foot into intellectual property, commercialization, IP, spinning out companies, because there were a number of different startups that emerged.
And do you have any experience in that kind of stuff before you came up here?
No, mostly in working with that startup, mostly in helping that startup that I originally joined just meet investors or just network.
Do you ever think about how your life would have turned out if you came to Seattle? Like, what do you like? You
know,
like,
man,
like,
you know what?
I'm a big believer in decision points. Like, so you made the decision about to come here, like, like, isn't that crazy, right? You know, you could have had a totally different life. You know, like, yeah.
There was like, I'll be honest, there was like the spirit in me. And there was zero. There was nothing there. I had no friends there. I had no family there. I had no income there. I had nothing there. I was going to be living in the den of some dude from Craigslist I never met. He was friendly. And I was like, I'm going to be in Seattle. And my spirit was like, it's okay. Just do it. This is it. And then the human side of me was like, of all the choices you can make in life, wouldn't this be the most exciting? Because you have absolutely no idea how this can end up. And I was like, yeah, that would be an interesting experience. The reality, though, is, to be frank, I would never, ever, ever in my life want to relive the first 2 years ever again in my life. So that is like blotted out in my mind because I would never want to experience that ever again. But the rest of it, I don't know. Sometimes I'm like, Seattle wasn't New York. I was in New York for a
It's
while.
not bad
I love
here.
New York. I love New York.
Yeah.
I feel like New York's more exciting. And then I'd go to Miami sometimes. And I feel like my personality is more New York. So being in Seattle, I feel like my wings are a little cleft, but I feel like it's also where my opportunity lies.
Yeah, like me, I'm from Texas and never be home here, but what I'm doing, this is a good place to be, right?
Yeah, it is. It's a good place to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, talk about these Amazon books you did.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, when I was starting off high school.
Was this back in high school?
This is back in high school.
Oh shit, I'm going back in the day.
This is I
thought this was something recent.
This was this was around 9. This was like 19. So I don't like high school.
When people say high school is the best time of your life, I don't know what kind of fucking high school you went to, but that was not the best time of my life.
Yeah, I mean, high school wasn't bad, but it wasn't me.
Mm.
And so during that time, that's when I actually became more, I would say I became more religious than faithful or spiritual. I was more religious because my mom at the time also went through a transformation in which she kind of became more Catholic and more Christian. The family became a little more Catholic and Christian. And so during that time, wow, I really hated high school. I really hated it so much. And I was like, there has to be something meaningful with my life. That's when I became a philosopher. I'd say sophomore year in high school is when I became a philosopher because I had a number of experiences, but then I had this main experience in which I was like, I'm kind of tired of this. I'm tired of this high school. And so I'm in my mom's car and I'm like, man, I'm really tired. And so in front of me was this book and I was like, oh, okay. It was a Bible and I just flip it open because I'm like, well, nothing else to be doing. I'm in the back of the car seat and it opened up to Ecclesiastes. And it was like the book of wisdom.
I'm impressed you can say that word. I'm impressed you can say that word.
Ecclesiastes.
Yeah, I can never say that. That's very impressive.
And the first thing it said was all is vanity. And I was like, what? I've only felt that experience twice in my life. So I read that. First thing I read, it's like the book of wisdom, King Solomon is like all is vanity. And I'm reading it. I'm like, whoa. So somebody knew. I'm a sophomore in high school and I'm feeling it and I'm like, somebody else knew and I'm not alone here. And because of that experience, I I realized I need to devote my life. Actually, what actually ended up happening was I read that, and then all of a sudden I was hit with like some shocks, and it was almost like if you've ever seen those animes or something, or you've been in a Tsukiyomi, you ever seen Itachi or something? I don't know if you've ever seen any of that, but it was like I was in this new world or something. Like it was like a 3-second split second thing, and it was like a question. Because I read that and I was like, the first thing that I don't know if it was a spirit or something, but I felt this energy of like, you've read this, you get it, you actually get this. What do you want to do? Do you want to take this side or do you want to take this other side? And then it just ended, and it was like, you'll know when you know. And I'm like, after that experience. I would say it was one of those moments where like your life kind of changes, because I became more philosophical, or I became more deep in the way in which I perceive the world around me, because I realized, oh snap, this might be a different world than I thought. I never believed it, but I was like, this might be a different world than I thought. And I say that because the first time I ever felt that experience was when I was in middle school. And when I was in middle school, I used to play football, but I was pretty shitty at football. Really shitty. I was skinny, super skinny, didn't really eat much. Super skinny, lengthy, short. And I was playing football with some friends. And there was like the 8th graders versus 6th graders. And the 8th graders were big, really big. And the 6th graders were pretty small. And I go to the restroom. I think we had like 10 people on our team, and they had like 7 or 8. So it was okay. You can just run away and just get tackled. It was all tackle football. So I go to the restroom. I go, I gotta go to the restroom. Tell my friend, I said, I gotta go to the restroom. And then when I come back from the restroom, turns out there's only like 3 of us on the team, and there's 7 8th graders. And I'm like, man. And they're doing a kickoff. And when you do the kickoff, you throw it the other way. I'm like, oh man, this is bad. And I look at my friend, and he does not want the ball, because whoever gets the ball, they're going to get tackled. And I'm just like, I'll just take the ball, because I don't want you to get tackled. And so the ball goes up. And as the ball goes up in the air, like halfway in, all of a sudden it's like some spirit just enters me or something. And I feel like this magic or something. So I get the ball, and I become like the juke action god or some shit. It was insane. I juked everybody. I got faster, and I juked everybody. And I did a lot of spins. I was extremely good at football after that. Ever since that day until 8th grade, I became extremely good at football. Like, it was insane. And I got this reputation. And I started playing in high school, and I didn't play in high school. I started playing more for fun in 6th and 7th grade. So I always got this big reputation. Always got picked first. Everybody's like, oh, let him be the team captain, because like, you know, he's better than most of the whole team, whatever you got. So I loved it, right? But it was all just happened one day in an instant.
So next, you just got a new position at, I think, Defense something.
Yeah, DIU, Defense Innovation Unit.
Take me about that.
Yeah, so Defense Innovation Unit is really, I'm a principal for the Northwest. I'm a principal within the Defense Innovation Unit, and we cover the Northwest region. And what that looks like is, at speed and scale, we're looking to adopt new commercial technologies to put in the hands of the warfighter or military. One of the things we recognize is, for a time period, defense had a stronghold on new technologies, new innovations that are happening globally. I mean, look at the transistor, look at the...
Like, people don't realize the internet was invented by the Department of Defense. People don't really know that.
People don't even know that. The internet was developed by the military or defense. U.S. defense. U.S. military. And now we're realizing that commercial sector's taking over. So much so that a lot of technologies that are currently being run within the military, some of those technologies are... some of those, well, they're kind of past, but those technologies are being utilized not that they're being utilized, but these newer technologies are now being adopted into commercial companies, and they're doing far more than what they're doing with us. And so the opportunity there was, how can we take these technologies in the commercial sector and adopt them at speed and scale so that they get in the hands of the warfighter, and we can make sure that we deter war or win if we're forced to fight.
And so does this include the SBIR process or something? The SBIR is like
Completely separate from SBIRs.
Okay.
But one of the things we're interested in doing and accomplishing is stacking what comes out of SBIRs so that valley of death in which that transition occurs or becomes program of record are minimized. Yeah.
So on your LinkedIn, you posted a while ago, like all these like Department of Defense technology accelerators,
correct.
And like I'm pretty sure no one knows about this stuff, right?
No, yeah.
But like how does the Department of Defense do a better job? Like, hey, we want this startup stuff, right? Because I don't think most people don't realize all this money available in the Department of Defense.
Yeah, there's significant.
It's
the whole purpose of the even the SBIR. Again, the SBIR is just one process of getting access to non-dilutive funding. There's SCTRs, another process of getting non-dilutive funding. But I'll even suggest that even those specific methods of allocating government funding are probably outdated, given that they've probably been existing, I don't know how long, but probably 50 years or so, maybe even longer. Even NSF funding and the like and different grants have been dated. But there's significant amounts of money that the government has really allocated, whether you think about it from the university perspective, from the billions that almost $2 billion that Harvard itself is trying to fight to continue to receive. $2 billion, that's a lot of money. $2 billion is a lot. The government is giving $2 billion. That's a lot of money. And
so it's a lot of money, but how hard is it to get it though? They make it hard to get, or of course, it can't be easy to get $2 billion, right? But
yeah. Oh, it's a brand again. Well, Harvard's got that brand, so Harvard's got that brand, and that's how they accomplish what they accomplish. But as far as you applying for a SBIR or a CTR, there are ways to receive it that make your life a little easier. One is with a customer memorandum or a letter of support. So if you have a letter of support from somebody who is actively within the DoD, some kind of agency, Army, Navy, Marines, cyber, or space, that says, hey, what you're building is something that we would also be willing or interested in utilizing, it only helps further your ability to be provided with that SBIR. Because the main thing we want to accomplish is get alignment across all the agencies that we work with.
So DIU, can you talk about any like advanced stuff you're doing? Like, are y'all like building a wormhole somewhere? Are y'all like improving physics to make jet planes go faster? Like any like high tech 50 years? Can remember back in the day when I'm sure you remember this. Like there were all these reports like there's UFOs everywhere, and there being a stealth fighter, right? Is there a stealth fighter coming out of this generation? Like maybe like Star Trek technology. You can tell us about.
If we can find Star Trek technology, and it also has commercial applications, amazing. That's the goal. The main goal is one, to be top of mind when anyone is building a dual use case company that aligns with exactly what our portfolio managers are looking for, and across the critical technology areas: space, autonomy, maritime, emerging tech, human health, AI, machine learning, and the like. If it can align with that, our line of efforts, what can actually ensure that we are in the best position from a national security position to protect the U.S., reach out. The more scary or frightening the technology is, the better, because that only means that it's only going to be more disruptive from the commercial setting.
Like some startup, I can turn people invisible. Come on down.
It's only right. It's only gonna It's only gonna be more It's only gonna be more exciting from a commercial perspective, but also it's gonna be more exciting from the defense perspective. And one of the things we want to make sure is that, again, they're protecting our lives, but we got to do a better job protecting their lives.
So DIU is it nonprofit, profit, defense, private?
Defense company.
Okay. So
agency
Department of
within
Defense.
the Department of Defense.
Okay. And so DIU is like, what agency is it? So I know it's under the Department of Defense. Like anything like is like U.S. military, like this Department of Defense, or like it's like.
Yeah. So we're a principal staff assistant under the Secretary of Defense.
Okay.
And so we sit right there. I would say in that sense, we kind of advise the Secretary of Defense as to how to shape or even reshape the way in which we acquire new technologies and deploy them across the different DoD agencies, so that at every time and in every moment we have access to the latest and greatest technology possible.
And what's the process of like, I'll make this up, like 1,000 people applied to whatever, right? What's the process of like going through all those pitches and applications and like, and deciding, who's going to be part of the program?
Yeah, so we have these commercial solution openings, and that's really a process that we recognize in which we can enable companies who are fit for the set requirements of each one of the challenges that we have to, one, submit their deck, ideally some pitch deck that aligns to what we're trying to accomplish and what we do, or just a pitch deck that you send
and they need like an introduction, or like it's like cold email.
So we first vet. The actual startup, they can directly submit on the website.
Okay.
So diu.mil is where you make your submission.
And someone looks at all the decks y'all get and like does like a first initial look,
Yes. We look at the alignment, whether or not it actually is what we're looking for. And we also have so one of the best parts about working with the DIU is that we have access to these partners, mission partners. And these mission partners are, again, some of these combatant commands, those who are participating in the theater, the war theater. And that just really, when you see active deployment in Ukraine of U.S.-related technologies or the like, that's where we're asking questions on the battlefield floor or operationally. Hey, what do you need so that we can ensure that we have access to the technologies to make sure we can accomplish what needs to be accomplished?
Can a non-U.S. citizen submit to be part of this?
No. Okay. Well, depending. Ideally, U.S. citizen first. Sometimes there's there's requirements associated with where you're from.
Okay.
And so disclosing that background up front would be helpful, given that, again, we are working within defense and there are adversaries that the nation within the defense has. So
you might not be able to answer this question, but can you say like what's the craziest thing you've seen?
From a technological perspective?
As far as like someone submitted a pitch deck of like, oh shit, this guy wants to do a space elevator, or this guy wants to do like,
Well, luckily for me, I don't get to see all the... Well, I can see all the things that people have submitted, but I choose not to. I choose not to, just to not see it.
Okay. So next question, like, let's suppose, like, how do you make sure, like, this DI doesn't have, like, bias, right? Like, suppose, like, you have a pitch deck from someone who's, like, a retired colonel, right? And someone who's, like, some random dude, no military experience at all, right? But the guy with no military experience actually has a better idea, right?
Yeah.
So how do you keep, because defense of defense, let me go with this colonel, right? How do y'all keep that bias out?
Great question. I would say the biggest criteria related to anything that you submit to the Department of Defense is, do you meet the requirements? And if you don't meet the requirements, do you have a way in which you would tackle meeting the requirements by working with some other counterparty or counterpart to fulfill that set requirement? And so there is, I would say, the best part about looking for government funding, especially not only is it non-dilutive, but I would say there isn't much of a bias. You're not going to find that, this person's from Stanford, this person's from MIT. They don't care. None of them care, because there's not a commercial lens to what they're looking to do. The lens in which they're looking to do is this exactly what those people on the ground who are warfighters, who are protecting our lives, need right now? Is it convenient? Has it ease of use? Is it consistent? Has it level of integrity from a data standpoint? Does it not, at any sense of the word, put us at risk from compromising data? And is it actually novel? Can we do something different? Do we have a new capability that we can do that we never thought we can do? If you meet all those requirements, you're good. Beyond that, you don't need to worry about how do I look, or how am I presenting myself, or even I'm extremely technical and I might sound like I'm not relatable, but it does not matter. Can you meet the requirement? The rest.
So actually, at first I was asking the question as a joke, but now I think about it, it's actually a really good idea. Has this ever happened where someone has an idea for you, and then the decky says, "I know this will work because I built a game and the game worked"? Has that ever happened?
That they bit the. So what we actually find, which is kind of funny, is, well, it's not really funny, but there's this because most people have never seen a person in military uniform, right? And most people, even right now, some of my, like, one of the customers I work with is Naval Undersea Warfare Center. Most people have never even been in a submarine, or even could tell you what it looks like to go on site and go through the testing and evaluation that occurs there. And so what you find is, in as much as there's a lack of conversation that's happening within our U.S. military with the civilian population, or individuals who just don't have visibility into what's happening within the military, there's also the same thing happening within the startups that emerge. A lot of them have absolutely no idea. They make assumptions based on maybe what they played in Call of Duty, or maybe what they read on some kind of documentation about what exactly are the needs that the military has. But that world is almost bifurcated in the sense that they don't know what's going on. So there's oftentimes, always, startups will build what the U.S. Military is not looking for. All the time. And so what we're trying to do is figure out ways to encourage not just how to be more seamless with that, but really, because we have this adversary, China, how can we be more seamless? Because a lot of Chinese companies, oftentimes, well, they kind of have to. A lot of their ownership is with government, is with CCP, is with the government. And so that ability to share information is always seamless, because you're practically owned a little bit by the government. But in the U.S., everyone kind of has autonomy. The U.S. isn't like, I need 51% of your podcast, and I always have to have this stake forever. It's not like that. And so navigating both worlds of the information flow, dissemination of information within China, the way they kind of control that population, the agency there, even with the AI adoption, a significant number of people are adopting AI simply because, quite frankly, it's almost like top down. You just adopt it because that's just what it is. And so you have a favorable view. And even the private companies, once a new technology emerges within AI, everyone kind of adapts it really fast. And so when you live in an economy or a system in which everyone kind of is quick to reinforce what is the next thing, you're different than an economy in which I come from the startup world. And when I bought my recent car, I was thinking if it's 2025, it might have the newest and latest technologies, but it turns out with car manufacturers, they're not moving at speed and scale as startups. You can probably get the same technology in 2017.
Exactly.
Or 2015.
I know, right? Yeah.
Now you're getting in 2025, which I was
and
like,
actually,
what?
The car's probably worse.
It's worse.
The car's more
I'm
worse.
like, I didn't even. Yeah, it's worse. So when I realized that, I had to accept that, and I was like, whoa, you mean to tell me like these cars, like it's 2025, it's 2015, same stuff, and everyone's like, yeah, just get the cheapest one. And I'm just like, what? Not in startup world. The difference between an AI company even now versus an AI company 2 years from now.
Yeah, big change.
Yeah, it's different.
So
extreme difference. So
to my mind, there's a big disconnect between the military and the civilian world, right? For example,
big
right,
time.
Like when I got in the military, it's like, man, they don't know what they think a general probably does the same thing, you know. And basically, when I had a job interview after I retired, right. And I applied for this one as one of the big corporations, right? I applied for one job, right? They did the phone screen with the recruiter. Hey, Jason, like, I know you applied for this one job, but you are actually to apply for a job one level down. I said, can I ask why? Well, because the job you apply for, it has like 10 direct reports. Like, you know, I retired as a major, I blah, 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 reports, blah, blah. Well, we appreciate that, but like, we know in the military, you tell people what to do, and that's it. At our company, we let our employees have input. I'm like, okay, this ain't the place for me, right? You know, the military, the government pause been long gone, right? Like, you know, like.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, like, yeah, it was insane, right? Like, yeah, government pause been long gone, right? Like in military, people don't realize, like, from my experience, now those leaders in the military are like, you know, do what I say, they all fucking failed, right? The leaders like, hey, can I get input? Yeah. And they, you know, now of course, right, there's sometimes where, you know, I have a saying, right, you get to vote, but your vote might not count, right?
Right.
But yeah, this is a big disconnect, right? That people have no, and the fact there's only 1% of people doing military stuff around. Yeah. And what's crazy, like you know, here in the Seattle area, like there's JBLM, Bremerton, Whidbey Island. Other people realize how much of a big military presence there is, right?
People don't realize it.
There's like nuclear subs everywhere.
That's why we're helping sponsor an AI hackathon, specifically focused on how can we take this local talent and ecosystem of AI talent here in Seattle, Washington. 25% of the whole AI workforce is in Seattle, Washington. Yep. We have significant number of talent.
Now, of course, the bad thing for us is like if war does pop off, we're probably one or two on the target list. You know,
we are in the Pacific. We're
probably one or two. We're probably 1 or 2 on the target taking list.
We are. If they neutralize us, it might be bad because we are honestly we're where the theater is happening.
Yeah,
we're biting by Australia.
And one thing is kind of insane too. Like, you know, this is a liberal place. It's so liberal, but it's so military too, right?
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
But people don't realize how much military shit's here.
So much military is here, and one of the things I realize is how my role. I want to ensure that I bridge the gap between the military here and what's happening in general across what I'm seeing as far as, I mean, come on. There's AI hackathons happening every now and every other day, and there's open source related AI agents that are being developed here every other day. And how can we leverage that and put that into our military so that we are the strongest, we're the most resilient? And I mean, I don't want to lose.
Yeah.
I don't want to lose any of this.
Yeah, no, right. So next, this is gonna be kind of weird, right? But like,
I don't mind weird.
I'm gonna ask you to talk about the Defense Tech Accelerator Challenge.
Okay.
While you're doing it, I gotta go take a bathroom break.
Yeah, I can
okay.
do that. Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right.
Yeah, so we actively right now in the On-Ramp Hub, Washington. So the On-Ramp Hub is really, to be frank with you, is an opportunity for anyone, if you're building for the DoD, please reach out to the On-Ramp Hub, because they are the matchmaker. How do I connect you with exactly the capabilities and the line of efforts and the areas of interest, or even the thesis, if you're from the VC world, the investment thesis of what our military is looking for. And so we have access to a number of different innovation arms and innovation teams within the Pacific Northwest DoD agencies. And our goal really is to figure out how exactly can we ensure that they have access to the latest and greatest technologies, like I shared before, possible. One of the ways in which we are attempting to bridge this gap is through the Defense Tech Accelerator. So the Defense Tech Accelerator, it's actively running. I believe in either June or July. I apologize. We will be running the demo day. I encourage everyone here who's listening, attend the demo day. There will be mission partners. Mission partners are defined as other individuals part of the Department of Defense, different agencies across Army, Navy, Air Force, Space, and Cyber. And they will be in attendance, as well as the companies who were selected in the Defense Tech Accelerator in general. And so what the main focus of the Defense Tech Accelerator was how do we encourage and enable individuals to truly better understand what is Department of Defense. I joined probably 3.5 months ago, and I could tell you like this, it is its own world, its own market. And so the Defense Tech Accelerator has been a great opportunity for a lot of those companies across dual use to even purely defense to really just understand what steps can be taken to either ensure longevity from working and getting placement through SIBRs, SCTRs, or even maybe finding a VC investor who recognizes that dual use capability and receive investment from there.
So, change the subject right now, right? So let's suppose like your 50-year-old self, right? What do your 50-year-old self say?
50-year-old self?
15.
Oh, 15-year-old self. Okay.
So your 50-year-old self, would you be happy where you are right now? Like, you're doing good in life, or like you're not doing good enough? Like, what do your 15-year-old self say about what you've done so far?
I think I don't think it. I know my 15-year-old self would be like, they'd be laughing. And they would say, I love it. They would say, I love it. I love what you've done. Because it's, I never thought I'd be in defense. I never thought I'd end up in Seattle. I never thought I would even, I think I even put within my bio, I never thought I'd be running, I'd try to build a platform called The Living Bread. I never thought I would have met this founder, who I still believe to this day is going to be one of the groundbreaking, earth-shattering revolutionaries of our time as far as building new technologies that don't exist before. I never would have thought any of it, but I know that because even at 15 and even now, by making myself present in each one of these outcomes, none of this would have existed if I wasn't present and I didn't recognize that my presence could help shape it. And so my 15-year-old me would just be like, I don't know what any of this you're doing is, but man, you're just doing it just because. Just do it. And you have life. That's what life's about. You never constrained yourself. And
you bring up such a great point, right? talk about the points of being present, right?
Yeah.
So some people be in the background. I can't do like you have to be present, right? You have to be.
You have to be present.
Let's talk about the points of that.
There. I mean, you know what? Every single if you look at most of the times in which a CEO or someone who's an executive or somebody who's leadership invites you to a meeting, oftentimes they'll always say, "I invited you to this meeting because." Just speak and say something, The expectation is you should always say something in the meeting because the purpose there is that you're present there and there's value in you. And so beyond the corporate setting, even going back to giving somebody $1, your actions, however you think are meaningless or not as meaningful, do echo. And whether it's you find yourself as an influencer with 1 million followers, or you find yourself as like a micro influencer with 10 followers, you better believe it, there's probably 4 friends, 40%, which is a pretty high margin, who are like, man, I always thought about starting a podcast, or I always thought about building a company, or I always thought about being an investor, or I always thought about just going back to school. And when you did it, I was like, it's kind of easy. And even if they see you like that, it doesn't matter. But it's going back to what I said earlier. When you see that walk pad in front of you, and you're like, all I have to do is press a few buttons and just run. It makes it a lot easier to just get on it and just run. And even if a mile takes 15 minutes, you realize the benefits of just being able to just say to yourself, after these 15 minutes are done, I just ran a mile. And however you want that mile to look like in your own life, take that mile so that your 15-year-old self can say, wow, I have never thought of running a mile in my life. Ever. I never thought I would. But they're like, let's do 2 miles. Let's do 3 miles. And quite frankly, in that action, you get to enable your inner child to come back to life. And I think that's the best thing you can do for your 15-year-old self, is for them to recognize that you're still your 15-year-old self even now. Right now I'm 30. You're still your 15-year-old self even at this age. And you're still your 15-year-old self at 45 or 60 or 75. And they're like, whoa, what's next for your life?
Double facts.
Like, what's next?
Double facts.
Yeah, what's next for my life? And you're like, well, I don't know either. I might get a wife. I might get a kid. I don't know. I'm ready for it all. And you're happy for it because that's...
And you're bringing a good point, right? Like, you never know who you're influencing, right? Because when I was in the Army, I had my company coming in Vincenzo, Italy, right, for 2 years, and this guy, I wish I could remember his name, right? He was an immigrant from Africa, right? He was a soldier.
Wow.
He was a soldier, right? And he was only me for a month, right? I really, he was like low ranking, right? I didn't really pay attention, right? Of course, I talk to soldiers all the time, right? Fast forward 4 years, and this guy came to me, hey, Captain Cavness? Yeah, hey, this is so and so, right? I like. You remember? I'm sorry, I don't. Right? I do remember you now. Hey, sir, I just want you to know that you mentored me and this thing you did, right? Blah blah. It changed my life and doing this kind of stuff.
Really?
And I'm thinking to myself, and I don't remember shit I said, right? But like, I'm telling my man, this makes me like, okay, I'm doing something right. I'm doing something right, right?
That's what it's about.
He said, like blah blah, this kind of stuff, right? You show me what to do, and I really appreciate it, right? I'm like, oh shit, right? I'm like.
Isn't that powerful?
Yeah, it's like...
Isn't that what life is?
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what the in the beginning, I shared that whole life. And that's what life is.
Yeah.
You don't know.
You don't know who you're touching, who you're impressing.
Grows. And
you don't have no idea.
This happen? And you're like, this person's been abused for all their life. And all of a sudden, they're changing lives for those who abuse.
Yeah.
You look statistically, sometimes those people just don't make it. And you're like, what? You're Oprah now? What? You're Michael Jordan? What? You're like all these people.
I mean, there might be some random kid in,
that's life.
That's a place in Houston, I think it's called Third Ward.
Third Ward.
Some random kid. Might be some random kid in Third Ward, like randomly, somebody listens to this podcast. Oh shit, this dude came from Houston. He's doing this fucking crazy cool shit, right?
Crazy, man.
I mean, you just never know, right? You never know what you put on the world is going to get back, right?
You don't know. All you know is that your word should carry your truth at minimum. Let it carry your truth so that other people can believe in that truth and know there's life in it and be like, hey, let's go. Let's go crazy.
So here's one for you. The state of the tech scene in Seattle Talk about the pros and cons of tech scene in Seattle.
The tech scene in Seattle. I would say the pros is that I would say it's still emerging. I feel like there's opportunity.
Even with all the Microsoft, Amazon here, you still say it's still emerging?
It's emerging because I feel like it's not vocal enough. And if you have someone who's vocal, they can emerge from anywhere and be that voice. And not only can they be that voice, they can aggregate more people together than they ever would have imagined to accomplish X, Y, or Z. Doesn't matter. And so I would say the pro is there's that opportunity. The other pro is that I believe we have depth. I would say, and even largely when I was thinking about helping to help sponsor this PNW AI hackathon, was that when you look at Silicon Valley, a lot of what they're working on, I mean, I want to say a lot of what they're working on because I don't know everything they're working on, but a lot of what they work on is very surface level, in the sense that they're moving at speed. And when you move at speed, you can't really move at depth. But when you're a place like Seattle and you think depth because you're more risk averse and you're prone towards what can even be closest to adoption from a commercial setting, meaning I just came from Microsoft, I just came to Amazon, how do I just sell in or get buy-in to Amazon or Microsoft? You tend to build more so towards an exit or an outcome, or even more exact, a problem that needs a market. Well, you already have the market, but you're building for a problem that you know once you have that solution, you're getting closer to something. I would say in that process, though, something that would be interesting to see Seattle companies do that other Silicon Valley companies can't do is recognize ways in which they can pivot, not just the business model, but pivot what that product market fit from a commercial side can look like, and create that level of what is the true product differentiation, because that's the next layer of development, especially with AI. Especially with AI, if you are the AI talent, you can pivot way faster than anyone else. First of all, if you're AI native, you can pivot faster than anyone else. If you already have the depth, you can already, if you already have the depth and you have the access to commercial companies who are interested in acquiring that company, you already now have your buyer. And so if you live in a market like Seattle, in which you tend to be a little bit more safe, why not then take that other risk and say, hey, I've got this product market fit, let me go a little crazier, and then do the next thing. And I think if as founders that approach is taken, there might be this extraordinarily interesting effect in which deal flow might start coming here from the series C, D, E, F, G, E, F investors from Silicon Valley. Because not only have we identified product market fit very early because we tend to be more enterprise, but now we realize we can also pivot way faster than anyone else can, not only because we understand technology deeply, but two, we can pivot because AI enables that, but three, we already have the safety net of a commercial exit, which quite frankly, a lot of Silicon Valley companies sometimes don't have because they're moving at speed and they don't have the customers. They don't have those buyers right in their backyard. So I would say that is the pro. The con is that. That world, especially a company now, I think Microsoft has just reached it's 50 years old now. I don't think people are looking to be that anymore. What's the point? I mean, you can sit on a great salary with your wife and kids, have a great life, and not care about that. I remember I saw some statistic recently where what tends to happen at most hackathons is top talent from some of these corporations, they come in and they build something that's actually novel, but then they're like, I don't know if I want to spend my whole life doing this when I can make a significant amount of money at Microsoft or
what's it called, the golden handcuffs?
Yeah, golden handcuffs. They're
make your 6 figures, stock, nice house.
Well, what's the point? Why would you? And it's true, especially now with this climate where there's this expectation that sooner or later there's going to be a recession. But I would encourage, especially now, if you are somebody who does actively work within some of these top tech firms, especially now, there's been a rise of incubators, accelerators, and studios that are hyper focused on finding talent that emerges from commercial spaces and funding them. There's Antler. There's so many. They'll give you 100, 200, 200,000, 500,000. I mean, my company will give you a significant amount of money. If you're technical and you just have another co-founder who's probably just as technical and you build something. And so if I can even tell individuals who are looking to start a career or in high school or middle school, start figuring out what exactly is your niche. And if it's technical, go all in. Go extremely all in, because the opportunity for you to be one of these founders who you're not taking a risk when you are no longer at some of these top firms, and you can take a risk with somebody else's capital, do it. I mean, respectfully, right?
I mean, don't fuck the money over, right?
No, don't mess up the money.
Don't fuck the money over purposely.
Don't mess the money up, yeah. But come on, you
like don't say, hey, I spent you $500,000, I failed, but I learned a lot of lessons.
No, that's when you hire the business person and they'll smooth talk.
So let me ask you this, right? Tell me if you agree or disagree with the statement, right? A lot of great things are happening in tech. In Seattle has a great tech place. A lot of great things happen in tech in Seattle. Have a comma, the investors are not keeping up.
Say that one more time.
So there's a lot of great tech happening in Seattle, but the investors are not keeping up.
Oh, like the investors are lagging. Well.
Cause I know so many people.
That actually,
that
would make sense.
I know so many people who told no here, and they go to Bay Area and get money within months.
Yeah, so I mean, that's an interesting observation, because as like it's what is the case too is that there's a reason why I think hundreds of billions of dollars goes to the SF, and then from a Seattle perspective, I think we get like I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong. I want to say like if SF gets around 96 billion, we get like 8 billion or something.
Yeah, it's like not even close.
Yeah, not even close.
Yeah.
Close. It's like a significant magnitude less, probably 10x is what I want to say. And what that then becomes is, if you're only focused on Seattle, you're already missing a lot of deal flow that's happening elsewhere. So you already are at a disadvantage. Frankly, you're at a disadvantage. But because you're not necessarily having to contend with the velocity and speed of what's happening at SF, you're not always on the surface, right? So if a VC at an SF sees 10,000 deals, let's say they see 10,000 deals, or maybe 1,000 deals, or maybe 2,000 deals, and they tell their LPs, because that's a great number for LPs. I see 2,000 deals and only invest in 4. That's a great number for LPs, right? They're seeing velocity, and quite frankly, they're also probably seeing a lot of surface level investments, which means that's not the investment that's going to change the future of the world 10 years from now, which means you're at an advantage, right? But you're also missing the fact that potentially, given that, again, it's all about the power law, you might be missing out, oh, wow, that was an interesting way of tackling this automotive problem that's happening right now that Tesla can't fix or SpaceX can't fit, right? And so the strategic advantage that Seattle has is, one, again, they're not really competing too much on speed. They compete on depth. But two, when you look at SF and the fact that they have significant funding there, they're at a disadvantage as far as seeing all the possibilities of everything that's happening. And so to your point, yeah, in an interesting sense, Seattle can be considered as a laggard. And what that requires then is, it might make sense for a lot of VCs to have some kind of presence in SF, just to ensure that when we see that biotech and computational biology and AI is converging, are we confident that that is not converging in Boston? Are we confident that's not converging
Boston, Austin,
right?
Atlanta.
Austin. I don't think Atlanta's going to be that big.
No, okay.
Not for AI and biocomputational biology. But in SF or San Diego, or even, in those areas, and it's like, you should be there. You should 100% be there. And you're right. That is a big risk.
So someone told me this before, right?
Risk.
So a few years ago, I was in the Bay Area, like doing some stuff right there. I was talking to the investor, right? I said, hey, right, let me get your opinion, right? Why is the Bay Area Seattle so different, right? And he just told me, I think he hit right on, right? He said, Jason, like this, in the Bay Area, all the VC investors are former founders.
Ah,
You know,
that is true. Even A6 and Z.
yeah, all the, you know, in Seattle, they're all former Amazon, former Microsoft. They never started a company. And the bigger one, he's like, hey, in the Bay Area, he says, like, suppose, you know, Tom Jones sold his company for $50 million. He's going to probably invest $10 million of that in the startup community.
Yeah, true.
He said in Seattle, like, I could be wrong, but Seattle, like, when they make it big, they go away, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And I think part of this, like, the invest, like, someone in Seattle makes it big, like, all the investors fuck me over, fuck the Seattle startup community, right? You know? Is that right? It should happen up here, not right? And, like, I believe he's, like, hit a spot on, right?
Yeah.
You know?
I would say I'll say this. I would say even me and the co-founder that I have, our best experiences were not in Seattle.
I mean,
Seattle's VCs at
all. It's like in
so
Seattle, you got to give your firstborn son up, get a pound of blood. Every time I go to the Bay Area, like meetings, bam, bam, bam. You know, always constructive. Like it's just I don't know, right? Another thing too, like I think Seattle might be too technical, right? Reason I asked that, like a couple weeks ago, I went to a pitch event at Pioneer Square Labs, right? And these people, they're pitching like minute technical things, like you know, how do you do, like I'm not talking about like, it's like insanely technical, right? And they're people invest millions of dollars, right? Like I like, who gives a fuck about this shit, right? Like, are you improving humanity, right? But it's like, I think Seattle might be too technical sometimes, right?
I see what you're saying. It's so neat sometimes.
It's like so neat. Like, it's like we're improving this little AI robot to do this from here, right?
Yeah.
And they're putting like millions of dollars in it.
No, that's also a great observation, because once you have that mindset of building for a corporation or a company, sometimes your only innovation is that I've worked for this company for 15 years and we were literally working on this one specific problem, this one specific division, in this one specific class, which is HR or finance, and now I'm just gonna sell in for my
here's one for you.
Exit.
So everyone wants to say tech's doing great things, big things, but like, what is tech really doing, right? Like, do you really need another dating app? Do you really need another like last mile logistics app, right? Like, where's like, you know, the moonshots, right? Like, you know, curing cancer, like, you know, I don't know, improving carbon. Like, I'm sure this out there, but it's like so hard to do it, right?
That's where we come in. That's where defense comes in.
Good segue. Great segue.
That's where defense comes in. Our purpose is to look, the future, the next great technology, I'll say it even right here, the next great technology isn't going to be an AI company. I'm going to say it right now. It's not. The next great company is going to be a company that's going to leverage hardware, and it's going to apply new software, novel software that reconstructs the way in which we look at even IoT. Because IoT still maintains, there's a number of different companies that are extremely proprietary in the way in which they have access and visibility into any company that leverages Wi-Fi or Bluetooth signals. And so the future is going to be the company that's able to connect to every single device that ever emits a Wi-Fi Bluetooth signal, one. It'll also, in the process, be able to recognize, hey, I can use the processing data and the processing that's happening on these devices, and I can lower how much processing power is needed for any of these devices, because I can attenuate now the beamform signal associated with that radar system, router, so that why is a router sending information everywhere? Let's send it to this. And all of a sudden, now you've got new applications of augmented reality. Now you've got new applications to how you think about and reconstruct environments in real time. Now you know real time also who are the people surrounding that same device at the same time. And I feel like it's going to be a big, crazy hardware dual-use company. Because from a defense perspective, if the future is right now, in the past, it was defense building the future. Now it's commercial building the future. The truth and reality is going to be shaped in which that dual use will be the future. And that dual use will be one in which most of the main things that defense focuses on is logistics, communications, cyber, space, personnel, HR, finance, operations, tactical, all these things. But it's going back to the spiritual. the world of warfare, I believe, is what's gonna create the next generation of technologies or technology that will reshape fundamentally what we define as even today. And it will do so in such a way that it will be pervasive because it will leverage exactly the pervasiveness of how social media has been operating. It's going to do so in a way in which it's powerful in the sense that you'll have access. Everyone, it's going to be as democratized as a crypto coin that's held by random people. And you're like, who are these people who own this crypto coin? But all of a sudden it moves markets. It's gonna be all knowing maybe, because the world is data. Like social media has proven that the world is data. Any type of AI model, before AI models or social media, they proved the world is gonna become data. Before data was valuable in a social media perspective, AI came in, and now AI is saying the world is data. And now the next thing is going to realize the world is all about data. And that data will be able to not only be able to train other models, but it'll be able to allow your experience of life and everyone's experience of life to be something in which it's more than what you think. You now have hyper awareness.
So let's suppose someone like applies to be what you're doing, right? The DIU, right? But they have no technical ability, right?
Yeah.
Like you look at, have a great plan, like this might work.
Mm-hmm.
Do you like help them? Do you help them build them out? Do you give them developers, like, or they have to build out themselves?
So we, I would say, you'd have to build it out yourself.
Okay. So there's no like software development arm y'all have to help them build it out?
No, not at all, because the main problem with that is we would have to not discriminate between who gets access to that facility to build.
That'd be a hell of a fucking contract.
That would be like every.
That'd be a hell of a contract.
Every person wants to build technology. It's like, oh,
people will kill to have that fucking contract.
Door of just building
people will kill the contract. That'd be a hellacious contract to have.
But that doesn't prevent you from being an extremely extraordinary developer or technologist. You can be solo, and you can say, hey, I see this DoD contract coming in and I can build for it, and maybe I can build a whole studio model or accelerator incubator model on it, and I just be the sole contributor as a commercial technologist, and I just bring in the management team to help support.
And I'm guessing like if someone,
and you can do it if that's what you want to do it.
Let's suppose someone's idea, right? I'm guessing, like, suppose, like, I was doing my example, right? I'm Jason Cavness. I have this great idea, right? I don't code, right? I would have to hire U.S. developers, right? It's not like I can outsource to India or Vietnam or China, right? It'd have to be like internal, like at a minimum U.S. citizen.
It's about
right?
ownership.
Okay.
So if you own 100% and you outsource ideally, there's risk when you outsource, particularly development. If it's not business communications or business, if it's development, there's risk associated with you outsourcing that to adversaries. But if you have ownership, the main thing we look at is ownership.
Okay.
Because that's really who controls access to the information.
Yeah.
But if you also disclose that the developer is from Russia or something, it's like, hey, come on.
Yeah, come on now. Come on, dude.
What do you expect?
Come on, guy. Come on, guy. You know.
He's like, come on, man. Like, yeah. So avoid that. But yeah, you can build.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, from your perspective, what tech do you think the DoD should focus on?
What tech? I actually recently watched the TED Talk from I think Palmer Luckey from Anduril. He has an interesting story. But I come from, one of the things was interesting to me when I first joined the Department of Defense was I'm using a Dell computer. And it's not that there's a problem with Dell, but when you work within the last job I had prior was I was with the Fund of Fund, and I was with the Fund of Fund, and it's all VC, and so VC startups move at speed and scale. Department of Defense is moving at speed and scale, but it's not the speed and scale in which I can have a conversation with a founder and write a check the same day. And then that founder can start building. We still have things we need to do as far as being able to ensure that we can acquire and procure new technologies at the pace in which the warfighter can start developing and operationalize and work on that. And so to that point, one of the main things I would even say that we can do is repeat your question one more time.
Honestly, I fucking totally forgot.
Oh, oh, good. I remember. I know like 80% of it.
Oh, I know. I remember what it was. If maybe I'm wrong, but like, actually, I think it's the wrong question. But like, if someone has an idea, can they outsource the software development?
Oh, you asked that one.
Okay.
Right? So, I think it was.
I totally zoned out. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, you were good. I would say.
Let's do another question.
Let's do it.
So, oh fuck, I'll remember in a minute.
Don't even worry.
So Seattle is a blank tech city. Seattle's a AI city. Seattle's a climate tech city. Seattle's like a e-commerce tech city.
Let me think. It's AI.
AI.
We should just double down on that. I was talking about Palmer Luckey, and you asked the question related to what is the technology that we should be adopting now
For the DoD, yeah, that's right. Yeah, DoD, yeah.
I would say, similar to what he said, autonomy, everything. New technology, everything. And that will look like, let's ensure that at no point we are at any risk of compromising national security by any means. So cybersecurity, let's get it to the greatest degree. Let's use quantum cybersecurity if it's possible. Let's use directed energy. Let's use anything that ensures we're at the cutting edge of life and death. And I say that because I'm, again, back to what I was talking with you earlier. I'm from the a lot of my experience in life has been very spiritual, to be frank. And when you look at spiritual warfare, you realize, going back to your question you mentioned earlier, which is like, there's certain people who they already know. That's who I am. I don't care if you release me from jail now. I don't care if you bring me. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it next time. I'm gonna do it every single day I can. There's certain people, and in the spiritual world, you also find 100% they'll do it. Why would they not? I mean, they don't care. And so because of that, the way I think of defense is in that spiritual warfare perspective of, even to this day, a lot of what is defense has shaped the way we even think about business, has shaped the way in which we think about how people relate or interact with one another. In fact, defense has shaped fundamentally even technology, to where that even shapes the way in which we interact with one another. And so if America, of all places, can be at the cutting edge of what is going to shape people's interactions with one another, can shape the way in which people even construct and decide what is life from a purely philosophical perspective, that's a better place than in an authoritarian regime. And if right now some people even question, philosophically speaking, politically speaking, whether or not we could be entering an authoritarian regime, is that what you want? Is that what you want? I don't know. But I will say this. It's like, if it's not what you want, and you're recognizing historically that's what it could possibly become, ask yourself the question, the America that we can exist in now, before that occurs, is that worth protecting? And I would say 100%. Because once you enable anybody or anyone to have more authority over your ability to have to have the opportunity to have faith, even, I'm going to take it spiritually, to even have faith, you've created a religion, and now I can't even talk about Christ. That's what I want to say. Because what's the problem with that? It's a big problem. Now all of a sudden, from a spiritual standpoint, I can't even talk about having a faith in Christ without anyone who believes in Christ saying, do you still go to church? I haven't been to church in a long time. You know how many people ask me, have you been to church? Have you been to church? Have you been to church every day? Have you been to church? I haven't been to church in forever. But Christ is not even a church. So now you have to fight a church that doesn't even exist with Christ. And now that's the standard, though. It's normalized in everyone's mind. And so whenever they see a fight is happening with the church, they're like, oh, I can't be with Christ. Yeah. And even during the same time period in which Christ existed, one of the ways in which the Sadducees, Pharisees, the people who owned the temples at the time, they would misdirect those who believed in Christ. They would say, we won't give you access to the synagogue. You can't come to the synagogue if you believe in Christ. And so in their mind, they're like, I can't talk to God if I believe in Christ. So when you have authoritarian powers, not only can they shape your own interaction with God, they can shape, and they'll continue to prove it, and they've been proving it, your interaction with your fellow brothers and sisters, and they'll use the basis of something as, I would say, stupid as a skin color. Of all things, right? A skin color. Or maybe like you're a woman, you have long hair, and it turns out you have breasts, right? Against you. Because guess what? You'll believe it. Why? Because when you own the means in which you control the light, going back to the spiritual world I was talking about, when you control the light, you can have everyone see anything so long as they're in the darkness. And it's a very scary, powerful truth that I've noticed in my own life, that if you control the word, and this is something more philosophical than anything else.
There's a movie I saw a long time ago. I can't remember what it was, right? It's like a World War II movie. And so one scene, they had the Americans, like, the big battle, right? The Americans were like, they're praying to God, right? Next scene, the Germans praying to God, right?
Yeah.
It's like, so like, okay, right? You both believe in God?
No, they don't.
Like, you know, like.
No, they don't. Why would they?
Yeah.
You don't. If both sides are believing in the same God, it doesn't mean that God is not. It's just who are they performing for?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Who are you performing for? Life is mostly, you find sometimes, life is a performance. It's an act. It's a play. It's the same guy who just fired you, who said, hey, you're going to get a promotion today. And you end up fired. And he's like, oh, no, my shareholders don't really like this. And you're like, what? What did the shareholders not like that? So it's a play, it's an act, and it's an art. And that discernment we were talking about earlier is what you have to rely upon, because it's bigger than you. It's you're part of something bigger than just the self.
So can you talk about rockets and space travel? I know you did some
rockets and space travel.
You just posted some links about like rockets and stuff recently.
Yeah, I'm not the best at rockets and space travel. Let me think.
I'm sure I have to get some pitch decks from some random people. Like, hey,
yeah, I've seen it.
I got this rocket. I got this.
There's a future.
I can like increase field efficiency by 25%, or increase. We can bomb. We can send a nuclear weapons to China like 10% faster. Some crazy shit.
Well, I can't say anything crazy because that's all still confidential.
Yeah.
But I can say.
So let me interrupt you fast.
No, take it away.
Like, don't tell the details, right?
Yeah.
But is there something that you know that like would like fucking like scare the shit out of people?
Oh no, guys! This is all. I would say right now, because what we operate in is within commercial sector.
Okay.
So ideally, we're working with startups.
Okay, so nothing scary, like
everything is
nothing
available.
nothing like alien invasion come in, or like or nuclear code's gonna fucking go.
I wouldn't disclose it if I knew it.
Oh no, like hey, I can tell you this, but Chinese have hacked all the nuclear codes.
I can disclose a lot, but I can't. But for the most part, as far as the startups that are emerging, they're taking new approaches to not only how can we. I'll give a shout out. StarCloud is doing a great job.
I saw you post about StarCloud. Yeah,
StarCloud's figuring out a way. How do we get data centers in space? And so people are taking new approaches to recognize space not just as the frontier or what's next, but something that can now help make what we're transitioning towards in the future possible. So I can say that. I can say that.
So Elon Musk calls you, hey guy, I got a slot for you on my Mars mission. You going?
If Elon Musk calls me and says what?
You want? I got to see for you the Mars mission. Come along, dude. We need your talent. We need your talents.
I don't have the talents for Elon Musk. He's probably looking for an engineer. But look, if it's interesting enough, I'll take it. I'll take a ride in the mobile.
So next one. Do you think in the future, like maybe 20, 30 years from now, all wars will be fought by drones and robots? Remember that?
No, not at all. I believe that, no. Oh my gosh, the war is going to be mentally.
So you don't think we'll be sending like robots and like drones to fight the wars for us?
That would be a waste of time.
Why?
You
Why
can
so?
easily go in someone.
I mean, you can save lives and stuff. No one has to die. Just if you kill a bunch of robots.
That's not how it's going to work.
No.
The part of the emerging threat in any war is that you, as the protector of your people, the king, the magistrate, the prime minister, the heir, whatever you want to define yourself as, the president, you are protecting your people. And if you're not doing that, I mean, what was the point? But ideally, everyone who assumes that role or takes that throne, and even with Trump and even the conversation we had about potential authoritarianism, all that is dismissed when you recognize that the truth of the matter is anyone who takes that role, they are, I would even say, God ordained to protect that people. That is it. And if you've been socialized for 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, 50 years, he's 80. I think he's like 78 or something.
78, yeah.
78. He knows 100% that he's been indoctrinated in a culture in which America. And so for him to just say, like, I'm going to sell America after 78 years, that's extremely unlikely. I mean, that's my own biased opinion, but that's extraordinarily unlikely because after 78 years, that doesn't make any sense.
I mean, yeah.
It's not likely. You don't
I agree
contradict
with,
yourself.
Yeah, I agree with you, right?
He's 100%. Anyone who is in a position of leadership at that scale and at that level, particularly even Trump, they're protected. They are protected.
They're pro-American. They believe in America.
Their way in which they want to envision that
might be disagreeable.
Be different than what you do, right?
Yeah.
But that's it. And so,
like, he's not selling, Fort Knox or Russ for $20 million, right?
Yeah, he's not. He wouldn't. That's not a thing. And so, when you see it like that, question again.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure I got the question right. What was the question? Don't worry, I'm sorry.
Okay, I know what it was. So in the future, is working we talk about robots and drones.
Oh, okay. So when you have, so speaking about Trump, when you have a person like that, and you look at where the future's heading, the world will not be fought by people, or even robots in that sense. It's gonna have to be purely psychological. Because once you acquire that authority, you want to have control and authority over those people who enable you to have authority. Because then you can exact exactly your vision of the world you want. And why do you need a robot when, quite frankly, you can hear about Russia hacking into elections? And that could be like $2 billion, but that's better than $50 billion of fighting a war. One of the interesting things I learned about being part of the World Affairs Council is that there's a war economy. And there's a cost associated with cyber warfare. There's a cost associated with intelligent warfare, biopharmaceutical warfare. There's a cost associated with all warfare. And some costs inefficient, depending on what you want to do. Some costs extraordinarily efficient. And so, going back to what I was saying earlier about the spiritual warfare, going back to what could potentially be in this physical warfare, the truth of the matter is, when warfare happens, what is most likely? And a lot of war is about two things. There's those who protect life and those who destroy life. And that gets almost, I mean, you could probably put micro lens to that and expand that truth. And what you find is maybe you don't agree with the person who wants to continue with life, and you might not agree with the person who wants to protect life. What you often find is, depending on beliefs and belief systems, you can know pretty well where somebody aligns because they're pretty consistent. This might sound like a rant, but the way the rant ends is, I have found, and this is where I'm going back to my faith, my belief in Christ, is that not all war is war that relates to the spirit or war that relates to a belief in Christ, even. To where wars can happen and lives can be lost, but faith in Christ has absolutely nothing to do with it, or Christ himself has absolutely nothing to do with it. And that is a pretty extreme statement to make, but some wars are not among gods like Christ. Some wars are among gods who are not Christ at all. And that's just the world we live in. Going back again to why some people say, like, going back to what we say, why do people like Trump? Why do people hate Trump? Who are the liberals and who are the Republicans? Who are the conservatives? There are wars that are being fought that have absolutely nothing to do with Christ. And if you want to fight those wars, be part of those wars, be part of them. But you can't say it has anything to do with Christ. And there's wars who are intentionally designed to be fought. And there will be a winner. And Christ is indifferent to it. But you shouldn't say to yourself, I was on his side. You just chose to think what you wanted to believe.
So let me ask you this, right? As far as religion, right?
Yeah. Christ, spirituality. I don't like the religion. I don't know religion.
Yeah. So like, why do you think? I don't expect you to have the answer, right? Why do you think like God, like, he went to the Israelites, right? You're my chosen people, right?
Yeah.
There's people in China, Russia, people all over the world, you know. And why does he like speak like some random shepherd, right?
He does.
Like if to me, like if I mean,
isn't that
like why don't you like, hey, I'm God, do what the fuck I say, right? And
no, that's not.
I think the Bible says, you know, like the Pharaoh, like the Exodus,
he
right?
did it intentionally.
He like, hey, it says in the Bible, God hardened Pharaoh's heart, right?
He did intentionally.
But why?
Why? Because guess what? By hardening the heart of Pharaoh, all the other Egyptians came to know, wow, look at what they did. They left.
Yes, but if you just like,
so it's not he doesn't believe in
like,
the person.
if you let Pharaoh let the people go, it's like,
no. God does not believe in the person. He believes in all things at once. God is not a physical body. He's a spirit. So the individual is not the Pharaoh. The individual is all his people.
And then happened in the Bible.
All his people came to know and recognize, wow, look at the authority of that God through one person, Moses. And what did they say? They were like, wow, we can't do anything to these people. Why? Because they were like, whoa, they must come from God. And even after that fact, how many people feared them? They're like, whoa, they're coming with they're with that dude. I would chill out. So it's not. I think we oftentimes confuse spirituality with the religion. I mean, forget the religion. I don't care about the religion. We oftentimes don't understand the spirituality and the person, because we always assume the person is the spiritual, but the person is not the spirit.
So how about what it says in the Bible, like God never changed it, right?
Yeah.
I don't believe that.
Yeah.
Because
God doesn't change?
No, I don't believe that.
Why?
Because in Old Testament it says, like, hey Israel, go rip and kill these people.
Uh-huh.
And in the New Testament, like, I forgive everyone, right?
Yeah.
It like seems so different, right?
So that's hilarious. I have found, well, first of all, faith is on Christ. So Old Testament, I don't know too much about it, but I will say
Old Testament.
what you find though.
Old Testament, they fucking it's some fucking
savage. I mean,
they
look,
savage as fuck.
the
Old Testament.
spiritual world's a savage. So that I truly believe anything that happened in the Old Testament is like, yeah, that's pretty common. I've seen the spiritual world. Oh my gosh, I fear if anyone actually on Earth goes in the spiritual world, because I'm like, guys, they will cut your head off fast. Who are you with? They're not with them. Like, they're not your friend. But I would say I've noticed. I love that. I love what you shared, because that's amazing. Let's get to that point. Let's all your questions to get closer to that. So one of the things you find is that when Christ comes, he's the life and the resurrection. And as the life and the resurrection, all that means is that death doesn't exist in Christ. In Christ. And so when you hear the narratives and the stories and the portrayals, oh my gosh, 1,000 people died, 10 million people died, 1 billion people died, infinite people died. You should also recognize that among that, there's a Christ. And the Christ is the life. And what I've learned in my spirituality is he can give life to everybody in that instant. In that instant. So there's no death in him. So like for to have the conversation and say all these people died and all these things happened, it means absolutely nothing, because Christ is honestly that life in which you just come back. So you're just like, oh shit. Literally, like anyone who's ever experienced it, like, oh shit, that's Christ. All right, that's it. Okay. Because, and the value in that and the rationale behind that is, do that one faith in the Son, in Christ. That authority has been given to you too. And so that's the nature of that God, in that narrative of there are all these people. There are all these types of belief systems. There are all these religions. There are all these different faiths. And I personally wouldn't want a community college teacher to teach me physics versus the Nobel Peace Prize winner to teach me physics about quantum mechanics, if that was his thing, versus not that there's any issue with it, but like there's different types of teachers. But even beyond that, it's like, Christ is a different teacher. It's like, listen, I'm telling you from the beginning, and what I told you earlier, what I even said earlier is, there are 100% other forms of light. And these other forms of light, they actually, I have found, to be frank, these other forms of light, oh, they're awful. They're awful. They're not your friend. They're not your family. They're not your cousins. They're not anything. They are, not even that they're not anything, but they just don't like you. You know what I found in the spiritual sense of what they say? I'll take you know what I found in the spiritual sense of when I've been encountering some of these other lights? You know what they say? You're the evil. They say humanity is the evil. Why? Because they say this is what I've experienced. They say this is what they say. They say when we came down and we were fallen angels, how did we fall? You. They say when Christ died, who killed him? You. You did it. And they're just like, if we do anything good in our lives, it's killing you.
So remember back,
and it's interesting. It was a very interesting.
I remember somewhere like, remember hearing this, like angels used to come to Earth, like we still fuck the Earth females and shit, you know?
Yeah, they fucked a lot.
And make a different race.
The gods. I mean, dude, oh my gosh, have you felt the power of knowing you're with God? You realize, you know what that power feels like? You're with God. You can do whatever you want.
Yeah.
I can walk right now in the middle of traffic, and you know what? And you have awareness when you die. You can. What are they gonna do? They're just gonna honk at you. Every car is gonna stop and say, "Hey, you can't." Isn't that powerful? It's crazy. Yeah, that's what it feels like.
So honestly. How and when did you become so spiritual?
Oh, you don't want to hear that story? That was a weird story.
Yeah, were you pretty young or
I was 28.
28?
Yeah, so all right, I'll tell you. There was a I found out from my mom. There was these spiritual instructions called. Guy got I think it was called Ramirez, something Ramirez, and he had these spiritual warfare prayer texts, and I started praying them. It was like probably 17 pages of just prayers for spiritual warfare. And I start praying them, and I go through the process of praying through them all. And after after I prayed it the first time, I go into I sleep, a spiritual dream. In a spiritual dream, I meet these weird. Oh my god, it was weird. I'm in my bed, not in my actual bed, but I'm like some strange different bed, like in a different place I was at, and there was like there's like a long steak, wooden steak, super sharp, and there were like these spirits talking, and there was like blood on the walls, like writing things all over. It was kind of weird, and they were like speaking ghastly things. It was like right, and it was like you should die, and I was in a crucifix like position. It was weird. It was so weird. And I'm like, guys, don't kill me, I'm in this crucifix-like position. I'm like, I have a stake in here, and they're trying to kill me. I'm like, no. What did I do? And then they almost get close, and then I wake up. I'm like, that was weird. That was one day. The second day, I just go back, and I just pray it again, because I was like, I have pride. I have extreme pride. I mean, anyone who believes in Christ has extreme pride. So I had extreme pride. And I was like, who do these movers think they are to like do that to me? So I go in, I do it again, I pray the same prayers. And then I enter like I'm in my lucid dreams. I'm in this like spirit. I'm in a different world, but I'm dreaming. And the best I can explain is like I'm in a different world, and I am dreaming, but the dream is like reality. The dream is truth. Or rather, it feels extremely true. And so while I'm in this dreamlike state, I'm meeting all these other different people, but it feels so close to reality. The first dream I have is I'm at a library. First time I'm at a library, and all of a sudden I have a robe on. Robe with no clothes on. I have a robe with no clothes. I have a laptop and computer. It felt like I was back at Emory University, where I used to go to school. So it felt like a dream. I was at Emory University. I was in one of the pods, and once I study, and I like literally just did work to prepare for work. But I was present there, so it was like, whoa. So I was in there, and it felt very real. I was like, whoa, I'm back at Emory. What am I doing at Emory? I don't want to be here. It felt weird. I was like, well, and I was like, well, I got my bathrobe on. Why do I have a bathrobe? And then somebody was trying to look into my bathrobe. Or look into my room. I was like, no, leave me alone. Don't talk to me. I got my bathrobe. I don't want to see you. You might feel weird about this. Like I don't know why I'm in a bathrobe. So I'm in a bathrobe. And then they knock on the door. I'm like, no, get out. This is weird. Get out. So they get out. And I think, honestly, I think this is like my life. So I don't really think about it as like, oh man, I'm in a dream. I'm like, whoa, this is my life. There's somebody who knows that I'm in my bathrobe at Emory, and one of the pods where I always used to study at, and they see me, and I'm thinking to myself, oh man, they might take me out. They might call the cops on me. So I'm like, I'm feeling extremely anxious. All of a sudden, I leave that space, enter a different space, and all of a sudden, there's this guy who I know from real life. And at the time, I was building this company called, eyewear company called Lensbox. And Lensbox was just a way to digitize optometry, make sure people had access to prescriptions for new eyeglasses. And in that dream, there's this guy who I literally hired into the company. And I made sure he got a promotion, and he was able to get a job at Lensbox to help with eye care. He was a top optometrist. And in the dream, he was trying to screw me over, right? Extremely screw me over. And it felt so real. It felt like he was actually trying to screw me over. Like, this is over. This is like, he's going to get me, right? And I was like, this feels too real. I was like, whoa, this feels too real. Like, this feels too uncomfortable. I don't like this. I feel too uncomfortable. So I leave out of that. So I hop out of like 4 different dream-like states, similar to that. I had another dream with him again, and he did something weird again. And I think it was mostly to demonstrate, oh, like this is real. And then the 4th time, I entered this whole world, new world. And I think I told you about it a little bit. But I'm in my bed, my actual bed, my real bed. I'm 28. I enter my real bed. And I wake up in this real bed. And there's this dude by my microwave, 6'3", looks like Obama's skin complexion. Right? I wake up and I'm like, whoa. In my bed, like in my room and in my bed. This is back in, I can tell you, it was 18 South Jackson Street. I was literally in my exact apartment with everything in it, and I just wake up and I see some guy in my room. I'm like, what the fuck is this? And this is weird. This is where it got weird.
So you're a dreamer this time?
I'm dreaming.
Lucid dreaming, right?
Lucid dreaming, and there's a guy in my room, and I wake up.
Did you recognize him?
No, I wake up, and I wake up, and I'm like, whoa.
Were you like high or something?
No,
like fucking...
I was just dreaming. I am just like, because that whole experience I had, those little experiences I had with meeting, the first dream I had where I was in that library, that felt extremely real. It felt so real. It felt like real life. It felt like such real life. I felt so uncomfortable, and I was like, oh, I can't be here. This is too real. And then the other 2 dreams with that other guy who's like scheming on me felt too real too. Extremely real.
What age did you recognize you were lucid dreaming?
This was 14.
14,
so
okay.
I was lucid dreaming since 14.
Okay.
It got more aggressive here when I started doing the prayers. 20. So during this time, right? So I'm there now. I'm here. I'm seeing this thing, and I get out of my bed, and I'm like, whoa, what the fuck is that? There's this iconic video of like this. You gotta find this. There's an iconic video of some guy like this. There's an iconic video of some guy like this, and there's like this air. It's like an advertisement, I think. He's like skin like this. There's like this air just coming through like this. I see this spirit. And the first thought I have when I see this spirit, or whatever it was, is like, wow, this spirit feels 3,000 years old. First. Second thing I feel like is, whoa. When I was like almost like moving through these different strange spaces I was in, it knows all these spaces. It gets it. That's what it felt like. And then third, when I walked in, the first thing it said, and mind you, it was a little bit my microwave, exactly what my microwave has always been. And I was like, I didn't laugh because I was like, this feels too real. Because it's like, imagine you being here and you just fell asleep and all of a sudden some spirit's like right there. And it's like, Jason, it doesn't say your name. So it was just, the first thing it said was, there are far more powerful, familiar spirits than just myself. And I was like, thank you. In my mind, I was like, thank you, because like, I'm not insane. That's weird. So it said there's far more powerful, familiar spirits than myself. And then I looked at it, and you could just tell it's spirit. And it was like, you can believe in the God of, it said exactly, you can believe in the God of Islam. You can enter the temples of the Shinto or the Tao. And then I said, I believe in Jesus. My whole mouth just went mute. And this is something that's always happened when I enter the spiritual world. My mouth just goes, like almost like somebody stapled my mouth. I can't say Jesus Christ. Ever. Never can say Jesus Christ. So I say that, and then I get kicked out. But I also get, when I get kicked out, it's like the spirit of like, I know you'll be back. Right? And I'm like, word. Third day. That wasn't the end. The third day. That was crazy. So the third day, I say it again. And then when I say the same prayers again, I enter this new dream. And this new dream was really weird. This new dream was really just me basically telling all my friends, seeing a bunch of things. I can go into detail. I don't want to go too long and get too really long. I saw some things, did some things, but I entered this state of like possession almost. And there's a bunch of maggots coming out of my, and I'm extremely like in real life, like kind of like I'm talking to you. It feels extremely more real. It's like maggots are over. There are a bunch of maggots eating my skin, and like millions of flies flying around me, and I'm like literally in a state of the Kid Laroi. There's a song called "Stay," and he's like demonic possessed. Weird that they put that in front of people's eyes. But yeah, I was literally like floating in the air like this, like my hands behind my back, whatever. And it felt like I was dying, but it mostly felt like, wow, all these people are gonna know the truth. And like I'm a piece of shit, you know. That's straight up. I believe in Christ, but that's who I am, right? I just told you guys about the situation with the homeless person, and you know, I hear it, I understand it, but I'm still who I am, right? Why would I change, right? I need Christ to change me. But I'm in that state, and I'm realizing it because when you're under, I'll say something. I'm on a rant now.
Yeah.
But I'll say
I have to
like
use the bathroom again.
Oh,
So
okay,
keep on ranting.
Okay. I'll say something like this. When you are when you're under the spirits, and I would say the demonic, they do not stop. They will kill you. Yeah. They will kill you. Guys, everyone dies in the presence of the demonic. Everyone dies. Everyone dies. Why? Because they ask you all the questions. They're the ones. They want you to die. They will ask you all of the things you've done in your life, and they are persistent. And they know every reason why you did what you did. If you listen to the earlier part of this whole conversation, I told you guys about streamers. Look, guys, they have an account. They have a recording of everything you've ever done in your life, and they will accuse you for everything you've done, all things you've done, everything you've done, and they will go in, guys, and you'll feel it. You'll feel it. They know who you are. They know what you've done. And so I was in that state of like torment. I call it spiritual torment because those spirits, they really torment you like crazy. It's almost like hell. You're basically like in hell. I'll be honest. You're like in hell. So they tormented me like crazy. I'm sitting there tormented. Completely tormented. I'm like this, spellbound. I'm tormented. I'm frozen and solid, tormented. And I'm like, Jesus, I'm like, oh man, I might die now. And I'm like, I'm thinking about our brothers and sisters. I'm thinking about Obi, Chidozi, Obi Oma, Chidozi, Adura, Obadaka, Ibeturu, my mom, Emeka Alozie. I'm thinking about Becky. I'm thinking about Soji, her son. I'm thinking about Alubade. You know, I'm thinking about Yanka. I'm thinking about the people I know. I'm thinking about Thomas. I'm thinking about Dad. I'm thinking about Christian Alozie. I'm thinking about all my family, and they got me. You know, I'm tortured soul, and yeah, they got me. Yeah, they got me. I thought I was gonna die. I did not die. Honestly, I thought I was gonna die. Guys. He just got back in, but I thought I was gonna die.
So one of the disadvantages of not being so young, you gotta fucking piss all the fucking time. It's fucking ridiculous.
I thought I was gonna die, but you know, this is what I said exactly when I was about to die. I was like, man, I'm about to die. This sucks. And guess what? You know, when you die, somebody else controls the narrative of your death. And so whatever you believed who you truly are, don't believe that, because you're in the world of the dead,
and somebody else control your narrative. Even right now, we think of Michael Jackson as a pedophile. We think of a lot of people who we know as this or that. Somebody else controls your narrative when you're dead, so forget that legacy nonsense. So I was there, I was literally just like dying. And I was like, you know what, if I'm gonna die, Jesus, help your boy, man. Like, please. I don't know you like this, man, but please, bro. And quite frankly, what ended up happening is like, I said his name. I was so honest. I was like, man, I am effed. I am fucked, honestly. I have no friends. I have no family. I did all these things for you, and nobody likes me. Nobody loves me, and nobody believes me. So I'm literally alone. And then Jesus was like, I said his name, and then I felt this extraordinary power come in me, and quite frankly, like the whole ceiling where I was at, turned into blood, and there was like a water faucet of blood, and almost like I had a blood bath ritual. I'll be frank, a blood bath ritual of Jesus' blood or something, and I like resurrected or something. It was insane.
And when did this happen?
This happened at 28.
Okay.
This was after I met that spirit. The king of the air. I found him, the prince of the air, is what I found out. So I had that spiritual bath. I've had a lot of spiritual baths, by the way. I only had 2. So I had that spiritual bath, and it was like the blood of Christ, because I was saying blood of Jesus, and it came. And then I woke up, and it was amazing. I woke up that whole day. No spirit came after me ever again. Did nothing. And I had command over them. And so whenever I went to my dreams, I could literally just say, I'll be honest, I could go into my dreams and meet spiritual demons. Probably even in this life right now, I can just be like, guys, shut up. You're annoying. And they will just obey you. So it was so cool. It was so cool. Anyways, right? So let's fast forward, because I want to make sure I capture everything. Nowadays, or rather the process of all that experience has been pretty brutal, when you have that experience in which you think you can command demons, you start getting crazy. So to be frank, I literally entered spaces in which 100% demonic activity was happening, and I would literally just be wild and out in those spaces. And quite frankly, nothing would happen to me. Nothing would happen to me. I would be like, oh, you just did some demonic things. You just did some weird sacrifice. I'm going to come here tonight, and I'm going to do my thing, and nobody would do anything. And it would, when you, to end the rant, because I know Jason's back, and I do talk a lot. When you have the power, when you have the authority of Christ, guys, you act different, and that's also a different thing. That's a different world, because the devil also sifts through everybody who Christ has given authority to, and your pride can manifest in so many different ways. So for a good year and a half or 2 years, I had extraordinary pride. I would do extremely insane things because I could, because no one's gonna kill me. And no one's going to say anything. And guess what happened? Nobody did anything or said anything. You're like literally a God in Christ. Like, I'm not going to lie. You were just a God in Christ. And I realized, hey, you got to chill. Because now you got to explain too much to people who don't believe in Christ. And now those people who don't believe in Christ were taught Christ through religions and things that are not Christ. And now they don't believe in you, and you also have to challenge your own faith, because sometimes you might not even have. Actually, I never lost faith ever in my life. I never did that in my life. But
is there anything that could cause you to lose faith?
No, not at all. Not at all.
So you be like Job Jr.
I can be extreme Job. I can even right now in my lifetime do the most insane things you would think are insane. But I would never lose faith in Christ, because faith is different than a belief in whether or not my money is worth something tomorrow because of inflation or something like that, or whether or not I'm going to spend my whole life working a job to get money. Faith is bigger than that. Faith is Jesus. Faith is Jesus. Honestly, Jesus is a whole God, guys. So I can't even. I've never lost faith in my life, and that's the only thing that I can say to myself that I never once lost, because I know that belief is extreme power, not in a selfish sense, but like, yeah, I mean, yeah.
So check this out. So next thing. So you do a lot of work at the Department of Defense. You know a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah.
So we be concerned about any other country's tech in regards to the defense capacities?
Yeah, I think. Well, actually, if we want to truly be America, we should stop this nonsense about DI. We should stop this nonsense about everyone's different. We should stop positioning people in spaces and places in which they themselves. Imagine you're a 5-year-old and somebody's telling you, "Oh man, you're black, and this is why we can't X, Y, Z do this." That's stupid. We have a population of 330 million. A lot of that 330 million are young population, less than 18 years old. That's probably close to 50 million people. Let's encourage those 50 million people to recognize, guys, America is the future. You should encourage the next generation of children who you will find through the beautiful wife, through the beautiful husband you find. And then maybe it's whatever we want to define what that looks like, but let's stop having wars with each other. That's so stupid. Come on. China doesn't have war with itself. China doesn't have war with us. That's the dumbest thing in the world. Stop trying to create wars between people who already believe that America is already great. That's the dumbest thing in the world. Let's focus on, we know America's great. You say you want to make America great again. Let's bring the people who are black, Chinese, Asian, Hispanic, white, Middle Eastern, doesn't matter, who believe that this is possible, and let's arm them with information, with technology, with access, with AI, with all the things that make us disruptive. Each region has a focus. Alaska, Arctic security, maritime security, sensing infrastructure, amazing. Montana, they have their own sensing infrastructure as well. They have photonic information, they have photonic energy. They're genius. Let's focus and leverage the fact that each one of these regions are pockets and access either to ways in which you can reimagine the commercial world, but also ways to reimagine the talent pipeline. Let's build America for something great. We don't need. Look, I'll be frank. I might get some pushback here, but I don't think America needs an authoritarian regime. We just need to recognize we are powerful, being as one, not divided. What a waste of all of our time. Honestly, like stop this belief that we're divided. Like, that's boring. And quite frankly, as somebody who also is part of the chair of the Seattle Human Rights Commission, we should tax anybody. We should tax and we should heavily penalize any foreign institution, whether it's the music industry or it's the entertainment industry, that encourages behavior that discourages the fact that America is pretty great when we're not divided and thinking about very stupid things about, like, I remember I saw this. This is another rant. I saw some guy. I saw 5. I think it was like 4. I was on X. X doesn't care about anything anymore. So I was on X, and there was like these white supremacists, and they were so angry. They're like, "I'm white power." They were just screaming white power. I don't care. I'm white power. It was like, bro, who cares? Let's get you to have some friends who are black, because y'all probably relate to the same things. And even if you have white power, who cares? You die. You're gonna die in this generation. The next generation is a white power guy.
Yeah, no. Either
like, no one's gonna care.
Either grow old or die. You can't escape age. You can't escape old age. You can't escape death.
Like, no one's gonna care that you had white power. What we're gonna care about is, did you help recognize that, hey, even if black lives don't matter, did you at least improve the quality of
your white people?
No, not even the white people. But if you say black lives don't matter, why wouldn't you also agree that maybe I can help improve this black life?
Yeah.
Why would you take the opposite approach? What a useless existence. Literally. You have all this authority to say that there's so much hate. All right, have the hate. But why wouldn't you say, hey, let me take the other approach and say, hey, let me make you matter once. Let me make you matter once, because if you're going to say I believe in Christ, how are you not going to believe in the fact that Christ died for him too? So don't sit here and be like, oh, I'm so powerful.
And
you
know
useless person.
And people,
that's what I'm going to say. You're a useless person.
And people forget that, right?
You have these beliefs.
People forget that.
They
like,
do believe.
People
they
think like
forget that.
people like
useless thing.
people like that Christ died for people in the church. No, people died for the fucking people. The people murder people, kill people, like the rapists.
He did.
He didn't die for the holy people,
Come
right?
on. The false holy people who walk around, I'm white power. I'll kill another black person who not only is already disadvantaged, not only is given less of the straw, not only has been given less in life. I'm gonna kill that guy because I'm so powerful. How are you powerful? By going after somebody who you could easily help. You're weak, and you think you're gonna walk into Christ's kingdom and you're gonna present like that? Nah, I've been in the spiritual world. You're gonna be whacked. You're like, it's done.
Here's one for you.
You're not cool. You're lame.
What would have to happen for you to like, okay, all this is not real? Like, what would have to happen for you to say, okay, I was wrong. God, Jesus does not exist, right?
I can't, man.
Like suppose some alien spaceship came and like,
I
you know what?
Bro.
This is all fake shit. I made this up, you know.
No, I can't, man. I think for me personally.
So you're down for the cause, no matter what, so to speak.
100 billion%.
Okay.
That's not even a percentage, but I would say, for me personally, I have seen in my mind, in my worlds, and whatever I've experienced in my lucid dreams, whatever dreams, I have seen 195 different worlds. And I've seen 195 different worlds. They have whole new species, whole new architecture, whole new technologies, whole new peoples, whole new worlds, whole new environments. And guess what? You know what's scary? They don't know what the fuck America is. They don't even know what America is. I asked them. They don't know what America is. It's you. It's you. If you even type in on ChatGPT, how many things that have life? Consider animals. They have life. I don't know if you want to believe they have a life. But ask them, is the system of money existing? And it's like, no, it's like extremely low percentage. And guess what? Not only do the beings that I meet not care about
I believe trees have life.
Money. They don't even care about money. Not only does money not exist, America doesn't exist. So it's like, and I've already seen a lot of different beings. Yeah. I've seen a lot of different beings. I've seen a lot of different animals. And I always try to take a picture. Honestly, I'm like, wow, I got to share with the world. There's so many different species, and they're actually insane looking. Like, I remember I saw this ostrich that looked like a jellyfish, and it had like massive wingspan. Yeah, I mean, guys, life gives life to life, and if you don't want to be part of life, don't be part of life. But don't pretend you're special, because life isn't a fan of liars, because liars is what creates the kingdom of darkness.
All right, so let's change subject fast. So here's a question for you.
Yeah.
So first of all, so all these startups in your DIU, right? Are they like across the nation? Are they like located in Seattle, like all over the place?
We want everyone.
Everyone. So someone could apply from San Diego, Nashville, Bumfuck, Arkansas.
We want everyone. Non-traditional vendors. We don't want the primes. And it's not a discouragement to the primes, because primes obviously help us ensure that we have national security, but we want what's new. And new can be more disruptive than what was in the past.
All right, so next thing, right?
Create that, develop that.
So I'm gonna get your advice on this, right? So like I said, I'm doing this tech event. I'm doing a post-event sales tech event, right? Sales techer, right? So right now my plan is to do this, right? I want to do some applications with 5 or 10 startups, regardless what it is, tech, like AI, climate tech, right?
5-10, that means nonprofit. Is that what you're saying?
No, 5 or 10 tech startups.
Oh, 5 out of 10. Oh, 5 out of 10. Not
5 or 10, 5 or 10, 5 or 10 tech startups, right? 5 or 10 startups, have a table. They showcase an MVP, their prototype, whatever it is, right?
Uh-huh.
And then some kind of judges pick the best one, give them some money, and they do some kind of panel or some kind of keynote. So having said that, if you're running it, what would you do?
What's the niche? What's
It's up to me. I can pick.
Okay, so you're gonna have a niche, and you want to identify new startups based on that niche.
Yeah.
The main thing I would do is if you already know the niche or if you have a familiarity with what exactly.
So one thing, like, I don't want to do a pitch.
What that needs to be.
I don't want to do a pitch competition. People do pitch competitions. I kind of want to do AI because plenty AI stuff going on, right?
Yeah.
So I want to, you know, like.
You know what I would do? Actually, I would first leverage your product, which is HR Cavness. Is that the best way to say Cavness?
Yeah.
So I would leverage HR Cavness and identify where do I recognize I've been receiving the most adoption for the platform.
Mm-hmm.
And then I would create and curate that event for identifying, first matching the startups that are also building in that space. It could be energy, who knows? And then bringing in a talent so that they are more so seeing you as, oh, he can bring great value add on this perspective. But at the same time, simultaneously, you have this product they can be sold into that they already are looking for. And so that would be the most strategic approach I would recognize, because you've already won on both sides. You're already bringing in the investment capital from that end, which means they most likely have the portfolio of companies who also want what you want. And then you have the founders who would also want what you want. And so you never have to say that that's what you want to accomplish and do, but you've already been aligned to where that's exactly what they're looking for.
Okay.
So that's exactly how I would do it.
All right.
Yeah.
So this question might be kind of off the wall, but like.
What about off the wall?
So FIFA World Cup's coming in 2026. Yeah. How can Seattle, especially the tech community, take advantage of this FIFA Cup?
Yeah. It depends on the type of. Oh, let me go to the restaurant.
Yeah. I have to give it a key.
Oh, my bad, boss.
No worries.
Thank you.
All right, so my guy's going to the bathroom.
My bad, guys.
Yeah, so let me talk for you a little bit. You've been reading and drinking a little bit. So like I said, I'm doing this Seattle Tech Week, July 30th. So Seattle Tech Week is happening every year in Seattle. 75 to 100 events, a lot of great events, right? So what I'm thinking about doing right now is like doing kind of a showcase for tech startups. Like, what I want to do, I have to find some sponsors for this. Like, have like 10 tech startups like showcase what they're doing, right? Whatever they're doing, like maybe it's AI, NFT, AR, VR, whatever it could be, right? So I have that, and maybe have some kind of judges coming to give them some kind of prize, and then do some kind of keynote panel or like keynote panel, right? What I'm saying, it's like a keynote speaker or a panel, right? So I'm thinking about doing that. Other things I got going on. So let me take my text message real fast. That's some bullshit. So this is a great talk with Micah. So I have a lot of good podcasts coming up, a lot of good things coming on. My guy, Dr. Yosef Abdelli, hope I said his name right. He has 0 to 1. It's an aviation company that does aviation engines, clean tech engines for electric aviations. I'm doing some stuff with him. Just doing some great things. I got to bring a lot. So back to Cavness HR. So Cavness HR, I'm still working on this. So we do HR companies for 49 fewer people. As some of you may know, might not know. So most small businesses, they grow pretty fast, and they need HR, right? So let me backtrack. So we're for companies that know they need HR, right? So some random dude has some kind of company that don't give a fuck about HR. No, we're not for them. I don't have the time to educate people about HR, right? We are for the companies that's growing fast and know they need HR, right? And so like in my spit check, I'll talk about a lady named Anna, right? So Anna, her company's growing fast. She needs HR, but she can't hire an HR person, right? It's just too expensive for her, right? At least not right now, right? At least not right now. And then so she tried the outsourced HR company like ADP, TriNet, Insperity, and she figures out, man, these people are trash, right? So email them, call them, and nothing happens, right? and by the time they get back to her, she'll have figured it out, right? So that's not good. It's a good thing for her, right? And then there's like asexual songs, and truth to power, what do you want to call it? Asexual songs. There's like maybe 1% of them are pretty good. There's some that are trash, right? So I want to put all of them out of business, right? And so reason I said is like pose like you have a small business, and you hire me to be a asexual song. Asexual songs get charged anywhere from $100 to $500. $100 to $500 depending on where you're at, right? And suppose I charge you $300, right? You bring me in, and I'm like, hey, you need X, Y, Z, blah, blah, blah. You're going to say, hey, Jason, like, what the fuck you doing, right? I know my business. I know what I need. When are you going to produce for me? I'm like, oh, I don't produce shit. I consult. So you're going to pay an extra consultant $300 an hour to tell you what you know? Makes no sense, right? And probably even worse is what's called ad hoc HR. Ad hoc HR. You got to excuse me, I've been drinking a little bit. Ad hoc HR. So that's when like you have a bookkeeper. Hey, bookkeeper, you did such a great job. As a reward, I'm not going to give you more money, but I'm going to give you like fucking, okay, my guy's back now, so I can stop talking. Yeah.
Too crazy.
Like people always ask me, why you do podcasts? Like, dude, this is so fucking fun, right?
Yeah, I love it, man.
And one thing that's crazy, like people tell me all the time, like I have a joke, right? When I started a podcast, my IQ was like 55. Now it's like 110.
Oh, shit. My bad, dude.
No worries.
Okay.
We got plenty.
My bad, man.
So, next question.
Ask the juicy ones or whatever, man.
Okay, this not be juicy, but
Whatever you like.
where do you see yourself in 5 to 10 years?
I have a strict goal. I have to have a strict goal. There's a good friend of mine I truly believe in. I think he's going to be the future of this whole world. Future of not just the U.S., but the future of globally, the whole world. I'm going to work with him. We're going to make sure we enact that. I'm going to make sure we build that. The second part would be I shared earlier that I'm working on this Living Bread platform.
Yeah, I definitely want to talk about that. Yeah, let's talk about that real fast.
Yeah, and the goal is to make sure that anyone who does believe in the name of Jesus Christ.
So when did you start that?
Recently.
Like recently? Okay.
Yeah. Recognizes that there's power in that name, and I'll be the insane, crazy person to make sure that happens.
So for you, let me ask you real fast, right? With all the stuff you have going on, right? Were you like, you know what? I got 25 minutes left of my day. Let me start a nonprofit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I got stuff going on. Let me like, be like,
No, I can't do that. I would say.
Let me do something else.
No, I would say.
I'm doing all this crazy cool ass shit. Let me start a nonprofit.
I don't think it's cool.
It's very fucking cool.
I'll tell you why it's not cool.
It's pretty cool.
It's not cool. I would say the first part is, when I had that experience when I would say I was 14. Yeah, I was 14 when I had that whole moment of the Ecclesiastes, and I was like, everything is vanity.
I'm still impressed you can say that
all
word.
Is vanity. Yeah, Ecclesiastes, all is vanity. I was hit with that spirit, and the spirit was very honest. It was just like, do you want to accept Christ, or do you want to accept the devil? That was honestly the first. That was the main. I'll be frank. I'm sorry it happened. Do you want to accept Christ or the devil? And the feeling of accepting Christ was mostly a feeling of Christ doesn't reveal anything to you. Never. Christ, I've never in my life, ever in my life, even in a lucid dream, spiritual dreams I've ever had in my life, even the spirits you meet, nobody will tell you what Christ wants. Nobody. But the devil. Or that spirit, or whatever you want to define that as. And that spirit always has an agenda, and it's the same agenda. It's very like to the point. It's very like manly. I define manly as like you want to rule. Rule is in like there's nothing under this sun, nothing under this earth, nothing under this world that I cannot control. And that's that spirit. It's a very manly spirit, and that's why sometimes when I read about the Son of Man, it's like, oh my gosh, yeah, that's what the manly spirit is. It's like, I don't care if you sleep with 1 billion men or you sleep with one man, you are under my thumb, and if you're not under my authority, I don't care about your existence. And depending on the kind of woman you are, sometimes you're like, what? Whoa, I want to submit to you more because, like, who is this guy? Who can talk like that? And it's like, yeah. And especially if you are that man, yeah. All right, no more. What I found is, like, ask the question again. My bad. I'm ADD. I ADD a lot, man. I'm sorry, dude. I get what you're saying, but there's a connection. There's always a connection, man. I'm so sorry. I always apologize. I have to. I know that's who I am. I apologize.
No worries. So let me ask you this, right? So let's suppose, like, let's shift it around, right?
Yeah.
Let's suppose, like, the story in the Bible, like, no, God's all knowing.
Yeah.
The devil, like, rebelled. He got thrown down. But what if the devil rebelled because God said him wrong?
Oh.
What if, like, like, it was like he rebelled for a reason, right?
Yeah.
What if, like, the devil's not really the devil? He was trying to make things better. It's like, God, you said you do what I say or what I say.
No, you know what I found, which is really interesting? I found many things. But I would say the devil always finds himself as doing good for you. Because
Short-term good for you, right?
always, no, never. It's not about doing good in the short term. This is a spirit that has been here for a long time. So he's not trying to do it for him, even for you. It's more so for the long time. He's a representation of God. And so,
because the Bible says he was like the favorite person. He was like
one of the beautiful things.
Ace Boone Coon, like the number one guy.
He doesn't fuck around. He doesn't fuck around. He's good. Like, one of his spirits is like one of the most beautiful things I've seen that was ever manifested to me through my dreams. Was like, there's this woman. She was like probably 45, 50 years old, and she was unfulfilled with her husband. Extremely unfulfilled with her husband. She's not happy with her husband. Not that her husband made her unhappy.
So when you say unfulfilled, do you mean like he wasn't fucking her right?
No, unfulfilled in the sense that she knew she could do more in her life. Life is so big. Going back to the philosophy of life, I mean, life in Christ is bigger than just this world. It's bigger than even going to Cuba or Spain or going to Burkina Faso. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you experience or live. It's just the fact that, wow, you have this freedom to express yourself as you genuinely are. And what you find is very interesting enough, especially with that spirit, is there was a specific spirit. And this is where I talk about the demonic. There was a specific spirit who just enabled, like, the purpose of the spirit was to allow you to see a different goodness in who you are. That was it. And so, like, not all spirits, conventionally we always see spirits as like, oh, evil, oh my God, it's so bad. No, a lot of spirits are, quite frankly, very good. I mean, come on, they literally were with God. And so this specific spirit was like, this specific woman, she had never had a husband beyond this one husband, ever. She had never traveled more than she ever had. She had like two children, and she never really lived her life beyond those two children. And so this specific spirit, the whole purpose of the spirit was for her to see, I am still myself beyond my identification with my husband or even with these children. And she loved it. That spirit loved it. Oh my gosh, like that woman loved it because, like, what she was able to do was she found a new man, and that man helped her recognize that she's more than just a woman who has children. She's more than just a woman who has these children. She is herself. She is, in and of itself, powerful in the ability for her to create experiences, not only for the world and people around her, but even for herself, in which she fell in love with that. And so I'll be honest, in that spiritual context, she saw the world. She saw the world for everything it could be. But even beyond that, after she saw the world, and this is where the whole demonic world comes into. After she saw the world, it was like, why do I need to be held bound by you? I was like, I hate you, daughter. I hate you, husband. Like, you guys are like limitations to my experience of the world around me. And the only sad part was that in my witness, my dream, her daughter cried a lot. Daughter cried too much. Mostly because like she missed her mom. She really missed her mom. But her mom was rejoicing because it was like, I hated that. I don't want to be. I'm more than just her mom. I am her. I am this. And so what you found was like, honestly, what you found, I'll be frank, what you found was like this honestly poetic beauty of this demon. You could call it a demon, but it wasn't a demon. Actually, it was a demon in that real sense of how I understood it. It was a demon. In that sense, you would say like, wow, that's a demon. Wow. What it revealed was poetic and beautiful. Poetic and beautiful. And at the same time, what was experienced, especially by the daughter, just sad, extremely sad. Because you find out that the daughter ended up finding a husband that wasn't like her father. Yeah, because she didn't like her father. Because turns out her father, ever since the mother found out, hey, I can be myself through XYZ, he was the worst human being. He was weak. Weak defined as he didn't have confidence anymore in himself. He didn't have confidence, and then so the daughter didn't like him. The daughter did not like that guy, so she was in an abusive relationship with some random stranger guy, because like that her father became like really weak because he really loved his mom. He really loved the wife. He really loved his wife. And the wife was like, I don't care about any of this. Like I don't care. Why would I care?
So quickly, talk about
That's the rant.
Talk about your role as mentoring like startups. Like you do mentorship at Techstars. You do Commotion. Talk about your role as mentoring startups.
Yeah. One of the biggest things I always try to encourage and inspire in founders, and that's why I even supported one of my good friends, Josh, one of the greatest ever. Josh Cohen, one of the greatest ever, was, first of all, find your co-founder. And what that means is find your person who will fight for you to the very end. To the very end.
But that's easier said than done, though.
I'll tell you examples. I fought for Josh to the very end, with everybody and anything. Even now, I probably still fight for him. A lot of people are like, "Why is this guy Emeka still in Seattle? Like he keeps telling me about he does this and does that. I don't know what he does." But it's like, hey, the founder journey is difficult, but I've got Josh's back, meaning. My biggest concern is that he wakes up and isn't confident that he can accomplish what he can do. And if I can be the confidence, I personally zero interest in hearing any other person's perspective other than that, hey, we got you in front of an investor. We got you in front of a customer. Otherwise, it's like, I don't care. I
So-
believe that much.
So give some advice to founders right now. I mean, early stage, age, what are
Yeah.
that advice to founders?
Yeah. The best advice I can give to founders is this. I've been in an incubator, accelerator, startup studio, fund of funds, investing, direct investing, and the founder startup space. The first thing you should ever do, depending on what it is you want to accomplish, is ask yourself, is this me? First of all, is this me? Do I want to be known as the biggest B2B entrepreneur in the world? Think about yourself in the future. Do I want to be the biggest B2B entrepreneur in the world? Ask yourself that. Maybe you don't want to be that. Maybe you do want to be that. Maybe you want to be that part-time. Maybe you don't want to be that. Maybe that's the thing that makes you money. Maybe it's not the thing that makes you money. But ask yourself. That's the first thing. Be true. Because once you're true, you can ask yourself the second question, which is, who should be part of the team that helps me accomplish my goal? And you wouldn't believe it, but there's a massive team of people who would help you. And they will work for free. And ideally, you do want to make sure, from a business perspective, that you've got the governance to support that you're not like illegal. Otherwise, you're in big trouble. But if you can do it legally, attract the talent that you believe that can actually help you make your dream a goal. And then third, be hyper-focused. Be hyper-focused. There is a use case. 100% there is a use case. And more than importantly, there is a customer. Even so, let's go example to what I'm trying to accomplish. Frankly speaking, one of the things I realized I got to do, mostly because, right, you have your inspiration as to why you got to do what you got to do. Maybe it's because you just want to be the wealthiest person in America, or in Seattle or Washington, or you're like, there's a big problem I need to solve. And for me, I recognize I need to help make sure that I build this kingdom of God, right? This kingdom. And so for me, I've found out there's research on Quakers. I found that out through conversations with random people. And it turns out Quakers want to build a kingdom on earth. So I'm going to reach out to all the Quakers and I'm going to ask them, let's build this. I'll build the technology, the tools, whatever you need to, because it turns out Quakers don't have access to new technology. I'm literally a startup guy, so I know all the different startup stuff. So I'll have that conversation with them. Let's do it. Let's build it. Let's go insane. Let's go crazy. Let's build the kingdom right now on earth. And not only will I bring that, but you have to recognize the value you want to bring. So for me, I want to bring the technology side, but also I want to bring that bravado, that savage, like, we're gonna build the kingdom. We're gonna ask random strangers online. We're gonna bring Christ here. And so
let me start real fast. What's the difference between doing what you're talking about and being a cult?
Honestly, anyone who still continues to buy any product or any asset is already in a cult. I mean, would you buy anything right now if it wasn't on Amazon and you can get it in 1 day or 2 days? You're part of a cult. Everyone's part of a cult. The world is a cult.
There's so many cults here. I mean, I kind of agree with that.
There's a number of cults. I mean, even
there's like football cults, that was cover cult.
Republican or liberal, you're part of a cult. Like, because even so many people from the liberal side will say, stop believing in this. They'll be like, guys, like, there's so much evidence in which Trump is not helping you. And they'll be like, yeah, man, you're just jealous because, like,
I'm MAGA all the way.
I'm MAGA all the way. Like, it's just the truth. Everything, if it's worth anything, is a cult. And some people can get away with it. Some people can't. If you like gummy bears for 99 cents, you're part of a cult, and I'm part of that cult. I buy my trolleys $1.08.
So next one. So are you still a member of the Seattle Police Department, Christ Save Victory? Oh shit.
I got you.
I'll fix that for you. Hold on.
break my shit. Yeah, I was with Seattle. I got you. My bad, man. I think that you know what happened. I could tell it on the line. Honestly, I was the most aggressive person at the Seattle Human Rights Commission. They were probably happy that I left. 100%. Oh, you don't have that's what it is. You don't have thing that sticks it to the wheel.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not good.
What question I just asked you?
You asked me Seattle Police Department.
Yeah, Seattle Police Department. So you are some kind of a commission, right?
Yeah, part of the Seattle Police Department Commission, as well as the Crisis Intervention Commission, which was focused on mental health protections. When I was with the Seattle Human Rights Commission as the chair.
So let me say this, right? So personally, I was a big what's the word? Criticism of what's the word? Defund the police, right?
Yeah.
My point of view, they need more funding, right? To train them how to de-escalate, right?
Yeah, I agree.
I just of course the police they ask to get too much, right? Like they have to like law enforcement do mental health stuff, right?
They do.
And not trained for that, right? Another thing too, right? Another thing too, personally, I don't believe we should have some kind of national police like Nazis had, but like in Texas, right? Where I grew up in Desert, Texas, you have this. All you need is a GED 6-month academy, right? You're a police officer. Only in Texas, you have to have a college degree in criminal justice, right? It has to be some kind of commonality, right?
Yeah.
And of course, a lot of police, they're like. I mean, there was a time in Chicago a couple years ago where a criminal shot at a policeman, right? They brought in 20 police and shot 10,000 rounds, right?
Yeah.
First of all, they 10,000 shots, no one hit, right? First of all, the fuck you doing, right? You shot 10,000 times and get it one time. What the fuck?
Do better, baby.
What the fuck you doing? What the fuck you doing, right? and police, they got a lot of shit, right? But then again, some of it deserve, right? I grew up in Odessa, Texas. We had a saying. What's the saying on the police car? Protected or
protect and serve or something.
Also, it was harass and neglect. Cause it's a good bad stories. I was 16, 17 years old. We're at a park, right? And it's Sunday, right? Playing basketball. People arguing. People got guns. 2 or 3 people got killed, right? Police never came. They came maybe 4 or 5 hours, right? Next Sunday, at the same park, they're all over the fucking place. Damn, dude.
Man.
Are you kidding? Are you kidding right now?
Yeah.
Well, you got a fucking last week, right? And then I don't know, man. We need police, but I hate the term "do better," right? But man, I don't know, man. It's we definitely need police. They should defund the police, defund the police. Okay, the criminals run random rapid, right?
Yeah.
I don't know,
you don't want that.
It's we need them, but maybe we need to professionalize them better. Maybe some like I said, we don't need a fucking national standard. We don't fucking Nazi police,
Yeah.
But maybe some kind of minimum standard. We don't need hey, you're a police officer from all these schools. Go to the United States Police Academy. Right?
I agree with you.
Because there's
I agree with you.
There's local standards. But it works in Bumfuck, Arkansas. Doesn't work in Seattle, Washington.
Yeah.
I don't know, but the defund the police, it's I don't know.
Honestly, I feel beyond defund the police, how can we make sure that the people feel confident that the police...
That's the big thing, yeah.
That enact whatever it is the authority of the police is fair.
Yeah.
And that's hard. That's the hardest part. I don't think we need to defund the police. There's no reason to fund the police. I think we definitely need police to make sure, because there's many things that we don't really realize about the work of a police officer.
It's fucking hard work. It's fucking...
But we should do both. That's what I believe.
And one thing I don't believe in
we should protect all of life.
like I know all the stats show like if you're a police officer, they do better with like a one police officer in the car. Like man, that's like man, you're on the car by yourself.
Crazy.
You're
Yeah,
alone.
that's
Like
scary.
you need a guy with you, right?
Yeah, that's scary.
Now of course you don't want to be like the fucking training day guy,
Yeah, bro, Denzel. That was crazy. Denzel, that was wild.
You know Denzel, right? You know
One of
Denzel.
the greatest movies.
Yeah, exactly. You know Denzel.
One of the greatest movies.
You know Denzel, right?
One of the greatest
But like,
movies.
so this is a guy in Arkansas, live in Arkansas. I mean, his name is Tommy Normer. He's a police officer. He's like he has a social media following. Like he does some great stuff, right? He like pretty much all the time police officer work. He's like in the fucking school, like giving people candy. Like he's a real good police officer, right? Like, I'll send his link, right?
Okay.
Like he's a real good dude, right? But yeah, man, it's like man, like I hate the term do better, but like man, we have to do better, right? Like
Really? Why?
I mean, because we need better police officers. Another thing too, like most police officers, like I make this up generalities. Like
Okay. Yeah,
most,
I hate him too.
most police are like it like oh man, this is the thing on TikTok, right? And like of course it was fake, right? As a police officer first pulled over a lady, and the police officer said, "Do you know why I put her over?" I don't know, because this is the only job you could get, or like you make C's in school, But I haven't said no. Some police
That's
officers.
true, man. Some
I mean,
I like that. I actually like that.
Some
That's
police
true.
officers, like they do good work, but I don't know, man. It's like, man, it's
No,
like,
it's true. No, it's true. True.
and then you have to think like, and Seattle's a different place too, right? Like Seattle's so anti-police, right?
Yeah, that is true.
I don't want
I
thing
like
like,
that.
as a police officer, I would never be a police officer in Seattle, right? That's the fucking
Really?
man, like the shit
It's not bad, man. It's not bad.
the shit they take.
That's only if you want to take that. But if you just want to chill and be on the below the grid, below the radar, you just like, all right.
I mean, they do pay good money.
They don't do anything savage. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like they're restricted from doing the savage part. So it's like just do the ticket. Maybe do the parking ticket or something. Even then, you don't want to do that either. I'd be like, yeah, fuck that. But fuck. So you're not making a lot of money. Long story short,
I mean, they make decent money here though.
Oh, they do? Yeah, they make great money actually. They
Yeah.
make 6 figures.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I've seen. Yeah, I've seen 6 figures.
Yeah, if you're bumfuck oxy making
Yeah,
fucking
that's what I'm saying.
25,000
Like,
a year.
why are you mad? Just don't do your job. Just make your money. They can make like 130, 140.
Be like,
thousand.
Be like, hey, you're robbing somebody.
Thousand, bro.
You're robbing somebody, and then you turn my head.
You can be like, hey. But they should do a little bit more to make sure. Honestly, I think the teens are the threat right now. The teens are wilding right now. Teens
Oh
are
my
scary.
God.
Teens are scary right now. I'm
But-
scared of the teens personally.
What you think about? They've always been scary, right?
Nah.
Yeah, they've always been scary.
Really? No, I don't think so. I feel like they just recently, within a year or 2 years, because they just don't have emotion. I've noticed it. They don't care about life.
I think it's always
Capital L life, like
been.
capital.
I think it's
life.
always been. I think it's always been like
I
that.
feel like I don't think so. You think so? That's lies. I feel like when you care about life, you create art. When you don't care about life, you create death. And I feel like a lot of the teens now, they don't care about life. They just want death, and they rejoice on it. It's like, yeah, we got him. He bodied. He's dead. He's bodied now. Like what the fuck is he gonna do? He can't do nothing. And they love that. And it's kind of scary. It's so scary. I don't like it. I don't like teen death. It's weird. It's kind of too glorified. Yeah, I feel it. I don't like it. It's so weird. I don't like it at all. Pure zero interest in it. Zero interest. Weird.
So, if someone's totally evil, how do you convince them to like go to Christ?
Oh, someone totally evil. No, there's no point. Who cares? Like the way you're saying it makes it feel like they have to come to Christ. It's like one of the biggest things that Christ says is, my bad. I'll hold it. One of the biggest things that Christ says is like, one of the biggest things Christ says is, it's not that you're evil. It's that you don't believe in me.
Turn them back towards you. Let me maybe
Oh. It's not that you're evil. It's that you don't believe in Christ. Meaning. Even in his own words, he says obedience to Christ is what? That you recognize, one, that he is the Lord, but two, you recognize that This everything you've done has been in obedience to him. Meaning, we talked earlier about the kingdom of darkness. And the way I frame the kingdom of darkness is the fact that you don't have access to all the information. You don't have access to information to all the light. And so it's okay to not have that information. It's okay. It's okay to not have the light with you. We can bring the light. Jesus Christ can bring the light. So it's not completely or entirely wrong to know Christ. Or maybe it's not even completely entirely false to know Christ. The belief. The belief is just life.
So,
go harder, man.
Okay.
Right, man. Don't worry.
All right. So, how is it like, this is true God is supposedly right, but like there's like Islam, Hindu,
So many.
like I think I said like there's like 20,000 gods in the past,
billions of gods.
Yeah, like
maybe.
Like how is like this God is the one, right? Like
yeah. So first of all,
which one do you want to do next?
Search whatever you want. Search.
I
would say the big thing you should search. Recognize you. First of all, recognize you. Recognize who you are. Right? All right. Second, beyond that, there are examples. Now, I don't know all that is true. I'm not that guy who knows the whole truth. I'm not him. But I will say this. One of the interesting things I found in the spiritual world is you cannot say a word that is not truly you. Otherwise, you just don't exist. It's a pretty savage world. You just don't exist. So anyone who speaks in their own name, understand their name, because usually they give a definition to their name. So Christ will say, I'm the way, the truth, and the life. Other people will not say that. And to this whole day, quite frankly, they've never said that because they cannot. And the value in that is reflecting on the nature of what that means. But secondly, it's, for me personally, my interaction with my own faith was when I was 28. It was when I met the Prince of the Air. That's what I met. I met the Prince of the Air. How did I meet him? You know what? I met this random spirit that was literally in the same exact home I was in. It was so weird. The weirdest thing in my life, I ignored it. And then I went on TikTok. I got on TikTok because TikTok was going viral at the time. And when I was on TikTok, there was a bunch of people. And they were like, is whatever you say is true. And so I was on TikTok. And quite frankly, yeah. There was this woman, which was weird. This was the weirdest thing ever. I got on TikTok. This is the weirdest thing ever. She called herself a Luciferian princess. And this is before I was religious. I didn't even believe in any of this shit. Sorry. I did not believe. I was like, this is dumb. And she was like, when we do seances or something with religious people, we always say, we always ask ourselves, the prince of the power of the host, or the prince of the power of the air. And when she said that, she said the prince of the power of the air, or the person of the air. When she said that, that fucked up my world. That was it. That was exactly it. That was it. Guys, This was it. So I was chilling. All right, I'm gonna tell you the story. I was chilling. I met this dude who was like in the air, and I was like, "Mom." I even called my mom. My mom could even talk to you guys. I called my mom. I said, "Mom, there's some guy. You wouldn't believe it. You wouldn't believe it, Mom. There's some guy in the air." She's like, "What the fuck are you talking about the air?" I was like, "Mom, there's a guy who's like this whole world right now. How you see it, but like in the air, meaning like nobody else can see it but you, in the air." And I was like, "Oh shit, he's in the air." And my mom was like, yeah, whatever. And then I met that dude. I'm sorry, I met what we're talking about right now, and I was like, whoa. There was this girl who was a Luciferianist, and she did a lot of witchy stuff. And she was like, the way we define that guy is the prince of the air. And I was like, no fucking way. That's exactly what I said, no fucking way. Because I met that motherfucker. There's nobody else who can meet that motherfucker except for me. Because, like, I have pride, bro. Come on, I have pride. You have pride. We all have pride. I mean, come on, I have pride. I have significant pride. I have the worst pride. I'm trying to learn it, and I'm pride. They were like, we met the Prince of the Air. I was like, get the fuck out of here. You're stupid. You're dumb as shit. Turns out, there was... I personally, not that anyone else did this, I looked it up. After I met that spirit, I was like, that was so weird. And then I met the other person. I typed in on Google. I said the prince. I said the man in the air. And it turns out St. Peter. St. Peter said that there was a guy in the air. And he said, of all authorities, we all know the prince. This is what he said, St. Peter. He said, of all authorities, we all know the prince of the power of the air. I was like, no fucking way. And that's what got me to my faith in God. That was it. That was actually it. I was 28. I honestly did not care about God. I did not care about Christ. I thought it was stupid. I thought it was dumb. I didn't care. I thought, who cared? Like, what? I personally just thought, honestly, I just thought, I don't want to say this. I'm not gonna say it, but I was just like, this is the dumbest thing in the world.
So check this out. So you remember back in the day where, like, I think that there's this Inca Empire right in Peru, right?
Yeah.
And their quote unquote Bible, their Bible said, hey, in the future we're gonna have like these guys gonna come with golden hair on like these like strange ships, right?
Yeah.
And so the Spaniards came in the ships with golden hair, right? And the Incas like, oh, these are gods, right? Of course, Spain like dominated them, fucking destroyed them, right?
Yeah.
So, what's the possibility like some fucking like in our mind we're like, God is this, God is that, you know, whatever religion, right?
Yeah.
Muhammad, Islam, whatever it is, like.
No, the religions are boring. Honestly, I'll be frank, the religions are boring.
Whatever it is, right? But like, let's suppose like some aliens come from outer space, and they're like, we're your God, right? We're the God of Abraham, Israel, whatever, right? What do you think happens, right? I think half of the earth like bows down, other half like, this is a fucking bullshit, right? I think that's the easy way for aliens to take over, right? They're like, we're your God.
Believe in us. No. I will say this. So the first wave would be those who truly believe. Oh my gosh, if you believe in Christ, they won't even.
But what if some false gods come, like some powerful alien?
They won't even talk to you like that.
What if our alien comes, like, you know, like, we're your God? Like, how would most people know, right?
If you believe, they won't talk like that. Even if they did, you wouldn't even believe them. But they would never say that because they'd be like, "Oh, you come and." You know what's weird? I'll tell you this. In my extremely weirdest lucid dreams, there are two things. Nobody in the whole.
Hey, pick your mic up real fast.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Nobody in that whole world. Jesus is God. You don't.
So nothing can like this.
Nobody. Nothing.
No matter what.
No, because it's life and death. It's life and death.
Like someone's like.
No, you've learned, and I've learned. Our whole existence has been learning. Jesus is soft marshmallow. I'm like, oh, everybody have fun with me. No, in the real world, even in the gospel, even before they even meet Christ, they always say, "Oh, I'm sorry." They say, "Christ, don't send me into the abyss." Me personally. You know how many times I've been thrown into how many times I've been thrown into the abyss but never went into it? Ask me. How many times I've been thrown into the abyss?
I'd say 3.
That's actually 3. 3 times. Okay. 3 times. 3 times. You don't want to go into the abyss. Never in your life. I'll tell you what the abyss is. The abyss is this. First of all, if anyone throws you into the abyss, first of all, it's fucked up. And you should probably slit their throat. Like, get rid of them. Like, forget the whole like conversation we had in the past about some people should be worth saving. No, done. If you send anyone to the abyss, it's done. So first of all, never go to the abyss, because the abyss. Oh my gosh, I'll tell you what the abyss.
You've been there 3 times.
No, I've been close.
Okay.
I've been close, and I felt it. No, I wouldn't mind. So the abyss is basically this. You, Jason, you can create a podcast, can you? You can attract people who know who you are. Maybe they don't know who you are, but they can be invited to a space in which you created, which they can come to know who you are, right? Right?
Yeah.
The abyss doesn't exist like that.
Okay.
The abyss is this. Jason, you have all authority to do that. Like, you have extreme authority. You are free. Extremely, profoundly free. You are creation itself. But guess what? You don't have your mic. You don't have this room. You don't have the space. You might, at most, if they give it to you, have authority over self. They might give you authority over self. But no, man. You're in the abyss. And as somebody, this is kind of crazy, but I realize I just gotta say everything because this is who I am. I've actually casted people into the abyss. This is kind of messed up, but I've casted people in the abyss. I've casted people in the abyss. Why? Why are you helping me? I've casted people in the abyss. I'm kind of scared that I'm even telling you that. Are you ready? I have... Jason.
What is the fucking abyss?
No. You don't ever want to go to the abyss. You never. Nobody. I'll say it. Nobody.
Is this like hell? Levels of hell?
Nobody living ever wants to go to the abyss. You know what the abyss is? The abyss is this. It's like you are a creative being. Jason, you're a creative being, huh? Would you say you're creative? You can create life?
I would say, yeah.
Things?
Yeah.
Imagine your hands are strapped. Your legs strapped. The only thing you have is your intellectual power to create things. And guess what? You can't create. You're in the abyss. You're in the shadows of darkness. You're in pure darkness. And nothing you do, you're one, completely aware that you're in the dark. You're completely aware that you're in the dark. And then two, you have nobody. You don't have friends. You don't have family. You don't have people around you. You don't have... eternal life is not with you. Meaning like your eternal death. And everyone knows it. And so people selectively don't want to go to you, bro. You are worse than a virus. You are The virus that cannot act. You're the virus that cannot infect any human. That's wow, that's it. I want to say that again. You're the virus that cannot infect anybody. Meaning, if you can infect that host, you would have life in that host. And that spirit will give you all the life in the world to infect that host. But you would never. You would never even touch that host.
So
You don't even know that host. You are literally in the darkness in the sense that, quite frankly, you're alone forever. And yeah, I don't want to be there.
so you're doing a lot of great stuff, right?
Huh?
You're doing a lot of great stuff, right? Of all
Nah, it's not great. It's only, honestly, I'll be frank, it's not great unless it represents Christ. It's all useless if it doesn't represent Christ.
having said that,
Yeah.
of all the stuff you're doing, what is the one thing you like really want like fucking like what's I'm looking for like focus in on, right?
Yeah. Christ. Jesus being God. I'm a slave, but in that kingdom you're a servant. One of the biggest sorrows I have, I mean, I'll be frank, I can talk to all of you guys. When I found out at like around, I think I was 16, I think 15, it fucked up my whole world. Being 15 and finding out about Christ fucked up my whole world. I'll be so extremely frank. Couldn't have a normal life ever again. I can't do anything normal. And it sucks. But that's the life. Jesus is literally God. And quite frankly, you better recognize Jesus Christ as life or you don't.
So you're married or you're single?
Single.
So let's suppose you're somewhere, some random tech startup or whatever, networking event, and you meet this lady like, man, this lady's my love, is my match, and she says I'm atheist.
Yeah.
That's a deal breaker.
Atheist,
Are you gonna try to convince her like become like Christian?
Yeah, I mean honestly, she's not my woman if she's atheist, to be frank.
Okay.
Yeah,
Maybe not atheist, but like maybe like not believe as much as you do. Like, yeah, religion, whatever, you know.
Yeah, but it's like it's different because I know. I'll say it like this: it's like for you, maybe you might straight up see a whole alien tomorrow, even tonight. The alien will come up right in your room. Here in here in Pioneer Square, he'll just be, hey, Jason, I'm an alien. And honestly, I'll be frank, you're probably gonna doubt it, 100%. I would say 98%, you're gonna doubt it. You're not gonna let it get any room because you're not. That's how it usually always works. You're gonna doubt it, and so, and even if 10,000 aliens came like that to you only, yeah, man, you're gonna be insane. They're not gonna. Everyone else is not gonna believe you. So what I found is, you just gotta. You have that faith. The only thing in life is faith.
So what is faith, right? I mean, can you define it?
Yeah,
I think it's hard to define it. Can you define it?
I can define it. It's that any moment, any second, any minute, any hour, any day, you can accept to yourself, wow, I don't know everything. And that level of faith is enough for you to accept the reality. Because I would say this, which might be weird to a lot of people, extreme number of people. This world is weird. 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 To where on one hand, you can just be exactly who you are. You can have the whole world. On the second hands, you would have probably wished you never existed because you don't want to know everything. You don't want to know everything. No one wants to know everything. That's the saddest part. You don't want everything. You don't want to know everything about your best friend. That's what you learn. You don't want to know everything about life. You don't want to know it. You just want to know the things that make you okay. Kind of like how business works. You just want to know the main. You just want to know the main like 2 priorities that you care about. But sometimes when you figure out the rest, you're like, damn, that makes a lot of sense, man. Like his daughter is like.
So let's go back to your DIU thing, right?
Yeah.
So for all the companies like want to pitch you, right? What's it like? It's like one kind of tech, one kind of whatever it is we're gonna call it, that y'all are looking for right now.
Yeah.
Would it be like, I don't know?
If you're buying for the DoD, particularly the Defense Innovation Unit, get a commercial partner.
Okay.
100%. Get recurrent revenue. The biggest selling factor, one, as to why the DIU even exists, is the fact that we recognize commercial technologies are doing better than DoD-based technology.
Well, why do you think that is?
You know what happens when people get comfortable?
Yeah.
That's what happened.
Okay.
That's what happened. They just got comfortable. A lot of the companies we used to work with got very comfortable, and it was like, I'm just gonna. They didn't realize it was a war. They didn't realize other people care. They didn't realize other people want what you have.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't realize like you have the most attractive girl in Seattle, and like every other guy wants her.
Mm-hmm.
And after 5 years, they realized, oh snap, a lot of guys want this girl. But in the past, it was like, no, they did it in other ways. They just got her friends.
Yeah.
Everyone's smart when it comes to war. But truth of the matter is, it's all war. It's all war. Everything is war, and war is real.
Is there a country that you think can let me word this correctly? Do you think there's a country that could like fucking hold their own against us?
Do what?
Do you think it's a country out there that can hold it, or we're the war of the country that they can hold their own against us?
No, not at all. I think right now, America's great.
I mean, people don't realize how far advanced we are.
I think we need to. I honestly feel like I think we are entering the era of the next Cold War, and beyond that, forget the Cold War. We need to make sure we are the apex.
Mm-hmm.
If we're not the apex, we've done it wrong. I truly believe that if we are not the apex, we've done it wrong.
So what if? What's how I can't understand. Like, we have all these enemies, right? I can understand how come like China, Russia, Iran, Venezuela, don't combine. North Korea don't combine.
Yeah, BRICS,
Don't combine like
Brazil,
fucking.
Russia,
Yeah, don't come fucking.
Yeah, India and China. Yeah.
Yeah, don't combine against us.
Why
Right?
wouldn't they? I mean, think about it. Like it's
makes no
like
sense,
we
right?
forget. Like we're in a business.
Straight up, yeah.
You're useless to us sometimes. We are useless to so many countries. Think about it. What do they want us for? And that's what and that's why I'm slightly happy that the Trump administration is revealing, so that other people who do the benchmarking for what exactly is the adoption rate, the acceleration rate, or penetration rate, whatever the fucking nerds talk about. What is realistic? And the truth is, we're different, especially post Biden administration.
Very
than what
different.
we thought we were.
Yeah.
And we're not as special as we thought we were. We're not that special. Sometimes some countries are like, I mean, imagine you being the most attractive person in your friend group, and you are the one who attracts all the girls, and all the other guys in your friend group are just like extrasensories because they just want to. All the girls want you. You know what you act like? You know what you become? And imagine you had like 20 years, 10, 15 years to do that. And then somebody comes in, please, don't, come on.
One thing a lot of Americans realize, like In America, we think we're like this big country.
Yeah, that's what I'm scared about. That's the only thing I'm scared about.
But
this
a lot of
country.
countries don't give a
We're
fuck.
feeling too much.
A lot of countries don't give a fuck about us, right? You know, like I was in Vietnam.
No, they don't care about
They
us
don't care.
at all.
They don't give a fuck,
Not at
right?
all.
They have no
Not at
idea,
all.
right? America, whatever, right?
That's what makes me scared a little bit. That is what makes me scared because even right now, Canada, they recently voted elected liberal populist.
The 51st state.
Yeah, 51st state, liberal populist, potential 51st state, and he's aggressively against his election was against America.
Yeah.
But it's like, what's the point? Why would you make allies of your friends?
Yeah.
It's like almost asking your homie who's like your homie who always loved you. He's like, hey dude, you're like, dude, I need a little extra money. He'll always give it to you. But if you ask like an asshole, he'll be like, man, fuck this guy. You're kind of a bitch. Yeah, I mean, respectfully. But it's like, come on.
It's just the thing.
I'm not a fan of what could become scary.
We're definitely seeing times right now.
Yeah.
But again, I don't care. I don't care if it's the 2025, 1925, 1837, 11 BC. It's always fucking crazy times, I think, right?
The worst times. The worst times. I mean, you want the best times. One of which you can at least go on a podcast in front of the Andrew and be like, hey, everything's all good. Versus, yeah, man, I might be capping, I might be lying here, but at least I got like some cameras running. Great about my lie.
No shit. So what's your you got any personal goals next 5, 10, 15 years?
Yeah, biggest first goal is I'm building the Living Bread.
Yeah, talk about some more, right?
Yeah, I want everyone to believe in the name of Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ is God. Jesus Christ is God. That's the first thing. I think within that, anything can happen. I mean, Jesus Christ is God. I mean, it changes everything. I think 5-10 years from now, I think a lot of what I want to accomplish and what I want to do relates to shaping how we view defense. And at the end of the day, America needs to be peak. I mean, there's the conversation of whether or not we have adversaries, the conversation of whether or not we have anyone who wants to act opposite of what our intentions are, not interesting. And so we should do everything we possibly can to ensure that America is the greatest. Otherwise, as every single country in the world falls because of technology, we should not be that. If America right now is experiencing a space in which Alaska, in which the university professors, in which the universities themselves, in which anyone and everyone under the sun is recognizing there's a threat to your access to even capital, to just do exactly what your university is supposed to be doing, we should be confronting that. And if the truth of the matter is we can't do anything about that, we're in a problem. Because, quite frankly, maybe Trump is just the one to blow the whistle and say, you guys are weak. China's killing you guys. Maybe he's doing the most savage way of just presenting the truth, and he just wants people to know, hey guys, we are weak and we are vulnerable, and we can easily be disarmed. We can easily be divided and disassembled, and we could potentially be not as constructive as far as our goals we want to accomplish. But like beyond that, forget that. If America can't be America, what's the point? What's the point? Why were you giving someone's money from all of us to do what you want to do? So we'll see.
So back to startups. So there's this thing out there, if you're a startup, never quit, keep on going, blah, blah, blah. But when should I start from actually this is not working for me, right? When should I start from and say okay, I need just fucking sit down.
Yeah. I believe you always got to be honest. I think in the beginning and in the end, you got to be honest. You got to just, as a founder, what do you want to accomplish and what do you want to do? Should be one of the biggest things back of your mindset, head space, you want to accomplish and do. Otherwise, you get sucked into the drivel of bullshit. And quite frankly, there's whole markets. You're gonna be weak. There are markets. As a founder, there are markets. I mean, you can attest to it. There are markets with billions of dollars, guys. As a founder, there's billions of dollars towards what you want to accomplish. And if you're not the correct founder, doesn't matter if you are, you're just one. You personally are just one of probably 200, 300 who can do exactly what the market wants. Meaning $200, $300 million goes into this fund, and that fund has $200 million, and then they can allocate that fund to whatever companies they want, and you just participate in that funding. You're still nothing. So be cautious, be intelligent, recognize it.
So as a founder, how should you pick your best team?
Well, know who you are as a founder. I mean, are you a technical person or you're not? Are you technical? If you're technical, figure out what you're lacking and what you're missing. I mean, the only person you're missing if you're technical is the business person. Realistically speaking, never take on a more technical person than yourself. If you're not the most technical person, you should probably just keep staying in industry and figure out the problem better so that when you hire your non-technical person, you're in a better situation. But as a technical person, the worst thing you can do is hire a more technical person than yourself. Otherwise, you don't understand business. And if you reveal too much to your technical person, that's not smart.
So when you like, how does someone impress you, right? Like, how does a founder impress you? Like, okay, like I'm the guy that do this. I'm the guy to do that, right? How does someone impress you? How does someone blow you away?
Okay, when I first met my other co-founder, he was just. I knew I was the business guy. I knew it. I knew I was the business guy. I can't do anything other than business. And then I met him, and he was the technologist. He was just a genius. And so for me, if you know who you are, your business or technical, figure it out. But let's say you don't know any of it. Figure out your strength. Don't be stupid, because business people are very business people. Business people are very business people. So don't be stupid, Never be. That's messed up, but don't be stupid in life. That's messed up. But there are people who only love money. And there's people who don't love money as much, right? But the people who love money, if I'm a business person and I love money, I will never make my life easier for a technical person. Because I'm the one who's going to get closer to the money. It's a negotiation. And if I'm a business person and I don't love money and I'm an extremely technical person, the smartest thing I can do is make sure that non-technical person gets less access to equity, right? So always be smart. Always be smart. Always be smart. Always be smart. It doesn't mean you should be completely the worst person ever, right? Because there are technical people who are the company. Some technical people are the company. Some non-technical people are not the company. Figure it out for yourself. Because there's things you can do that a technical person cannot do. Things you can do that a technical person can do. So just own who you are and figure it out for yourself and make it happen. That's the best thing to do. Make it happen. Make it work.
So I think I said before, but of all the countries out there, China, India, Russia, who do you think is our a number one competitor? Most people say China.
Yeah, I would say.
And competitor doesn't mean necessarily mean adversary, right?
Yeah, I would say. The biggest competitor is whoever doesn't care about how we see the world. You know, we pride ourselves on democracy. We pride ourselves on our willingness and our ability to say, hey, let's protect this life, even if it doesn't even serve our own national security. We do. Other countries, who cares?
So what are you doing? That I think it's DIU, right?
Yeah, but then DIU.
Do y'all do anything like with for the allies in NATO, England, France, things like that? Like they can like put stuff in, or is it only America?
Nah, we one of the most recent challenges is with Japan.
Okay.
We also work with AUKUS, the Australian Union, and the United Kingdom.
Okay.
So one of the biggest things we recognize is cooperation.
Mm-hmm.
Cooperation and building the infrastructure that ensures that we all survive in this post-world apocalypse, whatever that looks like, so that none of us are confused, none of us are surprised, and none of us are in any state having to defend ourselves within national security about, whoa,
so
what do we do next?
From what you know a lot of stuff more than most people do. What excites you about the future tech? What scares you about the future tech?
Excites me is I get to create it with people who also want to create it with me. What discourages me is we won't be able to control what that looks like.
Like you said, AI is not the fucking thing, right? It's like it's here, right?
AI can control it beyond we can, and depending on who it is that so behind that, they can do a lot of damage.
So how we? I don't say we gotta fix this, but how we like solve this, right? So like, there's communities like Seattle, San Francisco, right? A lot of tech stuff. From my point of view, like if you're like a poor person in Seattle, you have way more opportunities than yourself like in like fucking bumfuck Arkansas, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like you're in Seattle, Austin, San Antonio, big cities. There's Wi-Fi, way more opportunities like your fucking bumfuck rural country, right? How do you like fix that, like that divide between like big cities, big tech versus like bumfuck? And I want to say that word, like rural.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
Honestly, the best thing we can do is just we gotta educate our people, let them know.
I think problem is too, like like
it doesn't end in this moment, this instance.
Yeah, I think problem too is like it makes it like Sally Mae's on a farm. Hey, Daddy, I want to do this internet stuff. Sally Mae, you gotta fucking mix these cows. Fuck the internet shit, right?
Yeah.
And of course, you gotta milk the cows and do the farm shit, but like I don't know. Another thing too, like there's like this with the AI stuff, right? Like there's like all this AI stuff going on. My fear is like the haves could be more haves, have-nots more have-not, right? It's just like a lot of stuff going on. And then, like you said, like access to stuff, like in like tech cities you have access to stuff. Small towns you have access to stuff, like how you make it like equal, I don't know how you do that.
I'm just trying to figure that out. I was just gonna figure it all out to make sure we do it the right way.
Yeah, I mean, like, I had some podcasts before. Like, do you have a choice? Like, would you rather be like, in like, like, born in Kentucky, like poor as fuck, like parents have GEDs, right? Fucking poor as fuck, no opportunities, or North Korea? Like, to me, you want to be fucking born in Kentucky, right?
Yeah.
I don't care how fucked up shit is. Like, you want to be in Kentucky,
bro,
right?
You rather be.
You're like, it's not even close, right?
Yeah. You want to be in Kentucky.
It kills me like all these people in America, like, oh, America sucks, fuck America. Like, are you serious? Like,
America's amazing.
America's
amazing.
Like, go to fucking North Korea, right? And another two, like being in the military, like, a lot of people think they know what poor is. No, you know what poor is, right? I've seen some destitute motherfuckers, right?
Yeah.
like sleeping on floors. Like
Amazing.
most people who are in America, like they're like, don't get me wrong, you're not eating fucking like shrimp, scampi, or lobster every day, but you eat 3 meals, house overhead, your floors not dirt, you know. It's like, it's just crazy, right? You have fucking cable TV. I don't know, right? It's like, it's so fucking spoiled here, right? So
That's
spoiled.
true, man. That's true.
So is there anything I should have asked you that I didn't ask you? Anything else you want to talk about?
Not that I know of.
No?
I love. Yeah, that was amazing. That was a great conversation.
Cool. Is this your first in-person podcast?
Huh?
This is your first
First
in-person?
in person. Thank
Cool.
you. Thanks for having me.
Great times. So next, can you give us your social media links or any ways people reach out to you?
Yeah, honestly, I'm gonna tell everybody, reach me out only through Living Bread. So that's the platform I created. Living Bread. Living Bread. Funny enough, is Christ, the one who comes down from heaven, the bread of God, gives life to the world. So, Living Bread is everything to me.
So what's your goal with that organization?
For that organization?
Living Bread, what's your goal?
Oh my gosh, that is life. I mean, there's no other purpose to exist.
So what do y'all do with that organization? Like,
it's just me. So it's just me. The whole purpose of the organization is to bring people together. Anyone who believes in the name of Christ, Jesus Christ, to come to know and love and serve His kingdom. Bring His kingdom on earth. That's really it. Bring all of His kingdom on earth. That's about it. And honestly, His kingdom is just love and serve those who believe in His name. That's about it.
so you gave a lot of value, but like, can you give us anything like last minute wisdom or advice or anything you want to talk about?
Yeah. All right. Last minute wisdom. Guys, everyone, even you, all people, Jason, whoever you are. The world is bigger than your perception of it. Your belief of life is not life. I'll be honest, your belief of life is not life. Because why would life give you that opportunity? That's boring. Come on, life wants more. Life demands more all the time. Life wants life to continue to persist. And if you're not that, you're not life. And if you're not life, you're not life. So why would life ever give you an excuse for anything? Never. Ran over. I would say this. If I can tell anybody who's listening, believe in yourself. You've all been called. Everyone's been called. Called in what way, you might be asking? Called in a way in which you might recognize that you're more than how you perceive yourself, more than how you exist now, more than this very rigid way of perceiving your identity of who you think you are. And so beyond that, right, beyond the self, beyond the soul even, you're more, you're a lot. And so within that, have fun. Guys, have fun. Have fun. Don't be boring. Come on. No one likes boring. No one likes boring. Come on. You are part of something deeper than boring. Have fun. Have fun. Have fun. That's all I got.
My guy, thanks for your time
Have fun
today.
in life.
Really appreciate it. This is a great talk.
Thank you. Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Jason.
And to our listeners, thank you for your time as well. And remember to be great every day.